Welcome back to the Blue Stable podcast. We are live on all platforms, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook. Welcome, guys. It is day 2 of the NFL draft. Thank you all for who are here, wherever you're watching from. Tell us your reaction to Anthony Richardson being drafted to the Colts. We would love to hear it. Joined by me is once again Lucas, Guy J, and then we have Seb coming in from across the pond. Seb, man, our writer from the UK, almost midnight over there, man. Are you going to stay up till 4 o'clock in the morning for this?
I don't think for the fall. I think tonight I'll do the second round. Yesterday saw almost all of the first round. Quite late night. I think tonight, just the second round. But
yeah. Hey, man, we're glad to have you. Well, now, the second round is going to start here. The Colts are slated to have picks number 35 in the second round and number 79 in the third round. They do not have their own third round pick because last year they traded up with Minnesota to get Nick Cross. A lot of people kind of forget about the name Nick Cross. Yes, that is a guy that the Colts traded up for. He'll be a player for the defense this season and hopefully for the future. So now there's a pretty big gap between 35 and 79. Really, from who I've been talking to, the Colts are really looking like they're going to trade back. There's probably one player that they're eyeing. If he's there at 35, they're going to take him. But odds are he's probably going to be gone in the first 3 picks ahead of them. But all signs are looking like they could be trading back. I'm going to start with you, Seb, and then we'll go to Jay here. If you are the Colts at 35, let's just say Will Levis is off the board. Teams are trying to trade up to the first pick of the second round. It's hard, but if there's one guy that you want at 35, would you take that player, or do you think it's best to trade back?
I think it's probably best to trade back. I think there's a few needs the Colts probably need to address still fairly early on, and they don't currently have enough picks to fill all of them. And I think if there's anything we learned from last night, it's that Chris Ballard is still staying true to kind of his habits. He went traits big with Richardson. The other kind of ironclad rule of Ballard drafting we know is he likes them picks. And he wasn't going to move back in the first round, obviously, given the circumstances. But this 35 pick does seem like the prime opportunity to do it. Probably the one player I most hesitate to move back for if he's still there is Osiris Torrance, because I think right guard fits so well. But I don't know how big a gap there is, assuming Avila and Morch are still on the board between the 3. And as long as you're confident you've got one of those 3, and assuming that the team ranks them fairly similarly, I think you can probably move back and take one of them.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, getting Osiris Torrance at 35 would be a phenomenal pickup for the Colts. Honestly, going back-to-back Florida Gators, that would be a very interesting look for Ballard. Like, he's never gone back-to-back at any one school ever in his draft history with the Colts. But just so happens that the needs and the players would line up perfectly right there with what the Colts need, which is on offense, a franchise quarterback, which is what we hope Anthony Richardson will develop into. And we need a right guard to kind of complete this offensive line. And Osiris Torrance fits that perfectly. That would be a phenomenal pickup. I would also throw out like 1 or 2 other names who I might consider the Colts staying at 35 if they fall there. The only cornerback that I have left on my board with a round 1 grade is Joey Porter Jr. Now, will he be there at 35? I have some doubts on, because each of the 3 teams ahead of the Colts right now have cornerback needs. I mean, we're talking, of course, Pittsburgh Steelers at the first pick, they need a corner. Arizona Cardinals, they need basically everything, especially a corner as well. Detroit Lions, they just traded away their top corner. They could use a corner as well. And if this guy is considered one of the best corners left, odds are he is not lasting past those 3 picks. But if he's there, Colts could very well stay at 35. Another corner who might fit like with these traits kind of evaluation is Keely Ringo. Ringo has all the athleticism that you could possibly want in a corner. And while this is a very deep corner class, maybe they might not want to trade back and risk losing such a great possible prospect, even though there are plenty of really good quality corners that they could get, even if they do trade back. So I'll just keep those names out there, but it could be very interesting to see what kind of packages the Colts could get if they move back and how far are they willing to go back.
Yeah. If you look in the draft last year, I believe the Colts were picking 45. They didn't have their first round pick. They were picking 45. They traded back 9 spots. They went all the way back to 54. And Alec Pierce, their guy, was still there. They had a big need for wide receiver. So Chris Ballard is not afraid to drop back in the draft because we've seen it not just from the Colts, but from multiple front offices. That second round area, you really don't have that area of, okay, this portion of the draft is a clear-cut better area than this portion of the draft. Really, that start of the second round to mid-third round, you kind of got the same quality of players, man. You really do. So how far is Chris Ballard willing to trade back? Will Levis is still on the board. You know, does Will Levis fall and somebody tries to trade up with the Colts to get Will Levis? We know the Rams are a team that's popular. The Rams are picking just a spot right behind the Colts, so probably not. We got our guy Landon and Marcus here joining from the freaking draft. Landon, I'm not sure how much we have you on for, but we were in the discussion of what the Colts could do. Is there somebody on your board right now who is left, who slipped, who you would really like to take at 35, or are you aiming to trade back here?
Well, I mean, like, there's a few guys. So, like, Joey Porter Jr. is still there. I had a first-round grade on him. He could be an option. I mean, Keely Ringo is still out there. I think he fits what Chris Ballard looks for as well. I mean, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good options, but I think that's the thing, though, is, like, because there are a lot of good options, they're more likely to trade back and, you know, gather more picks and hope that one of those guys can kind of fall down to them. I know I had them mocked. I had Cody mocked, which is kind of funny. It's like a wordplay. Mocked to them, you know, after a trade down with Washington in my mock draft. So that would be a really great selection as well. So, yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of really good players. Obviously, Julius Brents is out there. That connection's been thrown out multiple times. But I think because of the depth, like, unless they just have one guy so much higher than everybody else, and that's entirely possible. I don't believe Chris Ballard is not going to look to trade down because really, I mean, he's very honest. So he told you he had 17 first-round grades. And if all 17 of those guys are gone, really for me, from going from about pick 20 to about like the mid-40s, all those guys were like super similarly graded to me. Like, and you're just basically looking at like need and position value. And so that's kind of like where I can see Chris Ballard moving towards that.
Definitely, man. And before we move on with the second round, we got to get your thoughts, man. They got your guy last night, all right? You were able to see him in person at the press conference, the NFL Draft press conference. You guys are there in Kansas City. First off, what's the environment like? And secondly, what are your thoughts? It's official. Anthony Richardson is an Indianapolis Colt.
Yeah, well, as far as the environment goes, man, it's super cool down here. It's great. The people have been fantastic. Food's been phenomenal, of course, with the barbecue and all that. Marcus is over here. But yeah, it's been phenomenal, and there's been a lot of really like Southern hospitality. Even though, like, I don't know if you consider Missouri Southern or not, but everybody's been really, really nice, and it's been really cool. Obviously, being at the draft, I mean, it's just a madhouse, 24/7. No matter where you go, it's just football 24/7, which is cool. And then, you know, as far as the draft pick. Yeah, obviously, I'm super excited. I was a little more measured, I guess, to an extent, as far as, like, I had a feeling they were going to go there, and that's what I'd heard is that it was Stroud and Richardson, and if Richardson was the guy, then if he was on the board, that's where they were going. So, but at the time, like, I mean, you still get nervous, and like I'm sitting there like Chris Ballard. I mean, that third pick comes up, and I mean, I was kind of clinching a little bit. I was a little nervous, but yeah, we got our guy. I'm super excited. The press conferences were phenomenal. He is just so humble, a really phenomenal guy to sit down and have a conversation with. And just you can just feel the gratitude from him and how much he wants to succeed. He constantly has been talking about work ethic, and that's just really striking to me. And I think that fits really well with what the Colts look for. And whenever you're next to him, he does not look like a quarterback. I mean, like, the guy's he is a freak, man. So, like, whenever he was leaving too, I kind of like stopped, shook his hand, told him, welcome to Indy. We're excited to have you and all that. I mean, like, the dude's hands are massive. Like, he is a humongous dude. So yeah, it was super exciting to actually get to ask him a few questions, get his answers, just listen to him take it in. And it was super emotional for him, his family. Obviously, you kind of saw that with the reaction that he had after being drafted. But really, like, I was looking forward to your reaction. So whenever we left the draft area, so we didn't get back until about like 2:30 a.m. back to the Airbnb, so it's super late. But on the way there, I was like, look, I got to watch the live stream. I got to see Mike's reaction. I knew it was going to be great, and you didn't disappoint. So I'm glad you lived up to expectations. You're still muted.
My bad. My reaction might be even greater if they happen to select a certain guard today, But that's just awesome.
I'd be pretty happy as well.
Yeah, I'd be pretty happy. Real quick, man, because I don't know how much long we have, you guys. Real quick, can we get an appearance by Marcus? I know he's been peeking his big old head in on the side. There he is.
Yeah. Hey, let's do this.
What's up, Marcus, man? What's your reaction to Anthony Richardson is now the guy in Indianapolis?
It's been a long time coming. It's about time in the world of LeBron James. Man, I was excited. I was excited to hear him get drafted, especially when he walked in that presser. I was like, yeah, it's really happening. It's the moment, man. He's very humble. Like Landon said, so the guy asked about Frank Reich. I thought that was hilarious. I think he should.
Yeah, I don't know. Did you guys catch that? Did you catch that in the interview? So okay, so if you go find it, so you can find the post-draft press conference on YouTube, and you'll hear a couple of my questions. But somebody in the room asked him how it felt to be going to like a noted quarterback whisperer like Frank Reich. They asked him that question in the post-draft presser, and the whole room was like,
Are you serious?
Dead serious. You can find it on YouTube. Go
like, were they a troll that got in, or they were seriously asking that question?
They were dead. He was dead serious because he asked Richardson, Richardson, so he asked him that, and Richardson's like, can you repeat it? And he asked the same question again, and Anthony Richardson goes, Frank Reich. It's like, bro, you got the wrong team.
He's looking, he's got to double check his hat, like, it's the Colts, right?
I think the guy was trying to go to the Panthers press conference. He got on the wrong flight.
No, Bryce Young was actually before Anthony Richardson. So we were in there. So Bryce Young came in. Then Arizona Cardinals, Paris Johnson Jr. came in. Yeah, and then after both those guys ended up, then Richardson came in third. And then I believe after that, it was C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., and Tyree Wilson was after that. So we got pretty much right around those areas. And while we were leaving, that's whenever, it's just, I just could not fathom being that unprepared in a press conference setting like that. Like, it was one of the fun, because the whole room too was just like, Frank Reich's not their coach.
Especially he's given the second opportunity to clarify. Like,
Yeah.
go back
And I mean,
to
like,
it.
I don't know if you guys know too, like how these things work too. So like, it's kind of like very dog eat dog in there.
Yeah.
So like, you've got to shout your question out and hope that he hears you over everybody else. And so the fact that dude actually got his question out there and then proceeded to repeat it after, and so yeah, it was impressive for sure. But it just goes to show you, man, some of these national media guys, they don't know what they're talking about when it comes to the Colts.
That is crazy. And before we move on here, I gotta ask you, Landon and Marcus, how was the Fallout Boys concert last night? You looked like you were enjoying yourself, right? You looked like you were enjoying yourself. Had you the presentation was awesome. Had the belt, the shirt tucked in, had the collar, everything looked on point.
I'm a little more dressed down today. I'm just rocking the tee. Got me some nice khakis. I got my Brooks on, so I got my running shoes. I'm not trying to impress anybody today, but no, I mean, so that's the second time I've seen Fall Out Boy. So the first time I saw them was back in Warped Tour in like 2005. So
Wow.
it was like long time ago. So I've been a big fan of theirs for a long time. So obviously, when I had the chance after all these years to see them again, I'm like, look, we can stay here for these later 20s picks, or we can go to a Fall Out Boy concert. I know what I wanted to do. I wanted to go see Fall Out Boy. So man, I sang along to all the songs. I know all the words. I know all the words. I'm a big Fall Out Boy guy. So yeah, it was awesome. They're great. They're just as good as they were 18 years ago.
Yeah.
That hurts me to say that out loud. that hurts.
That's okay. That's okay. We all have our passions, right?
Because I was in high school when I saw them. So whenever I say 18 years ago, yeah, that hurts.
You date yourself right there.
Gosh.
Man. Okay. So depending on from what I'm reading from Twitter is true, there are several teams looking to move up for several different reasons. Number one is the big one. Will Levis is still on the board. Teams are looking to move up there. Guard, from what I'm reading here from Albert Breer, guard is kind of running thin. The interior of the offensive line is running thin, so teams are starting to look there. They're targeting Osiris Torrance, or Esteban Avila. They're targeting those guys.
Say Steve, Mike. It's okay.
What?
You can say Steve.
Hey, man, he was recruited to TCU as Esteban, and people couldn't pronounce his name. So he switched it to Steve for that sake. But I'm going Esteban, okay? But the teams are starting to trade up. We could see several trade-ups, just like we saw several trades last night, man. The Colts look like it's more than likely going to be a trade back here, unless, again, we don't know what their board looks like. Has somebody fallen that they really love? Darnell Washington, is there somebody that has fallen that you just can't pass up? I don't know. I don't think there is, but real quick, because there's a big gap. I was saying before you got on here, Landon and Marcus, there's a big gap between 35 and 79 where the Colts are picking. You may want to kind of close the gap a little bit and see if you can squeeze out another day 2 or early day 3 pick.
So normally too, so we kind of saw this yesterday with the wide receivers. Once those wide receivers start to go, they start to go. And so if like we get through the first couple picks and there's an offensive lineman taken, you could start to see that run come. And there's very few guys in this draft that can start day 1 and have that potential. There's a lot of guys that have potential and athletic tools later in the draft. But if you want somebody that can come in and compete right away, there's not that many of them. So if you have a guy like Esteban on the board, or you have a guy like Osiris Torrance, or even Cody Mott, those type of guys. While I would be a proponent of trading down and you always want to gather more picks and have more dart throws, if you have one of those guys and a run's coming, he's not going to be there whenever you might pick again, I think you got to make that move, because we just saw, and we know the importance of this because we've seen this play out, unfortunately, in real time before. you have to protect your franchise quarterback. And you just drafted a guy that you think is going to be that guy. So now you have to build inside out. You build through the trenches. You solidify your offensive line. Then you go get him the weapons, and then you let him cook. So right now, like I said, if those guys are still on the board and they feel like there's going to be a run, I'm not going to fault them at all for taking whichever one of those guys they have higher on their board.
Yeah.
Personally, I think I like Mock a little bit better just because of the positional versatility, because I think he has an easier transition to swing out to tackle than the other guys do. So I think you would be getting more value in that selection, because not only are you going to get a really good guard that can kick inside, and he's even played some center, but I think he has a more natural feel for playing the tackle position than the other two. I think they're more interior guys, like solely interior guys. And I just think there's more tackle, or there's more value in picking a guy that, if need be, if injuries arise, he's going to have an easier time transitioning, kicking out to the outside.
Yeah, man, this is all intriguing. I mean, the NFL really needs to get their stuff together. Draft was supposed to start at 6 and 6:10, and the Steelers just got on the clock.
Yeah,
you have no idea the runaround we go through. The runaround we've gone through, like, I mean, like, we'll be like going downtown, or we'll ask somebody, like, hey, where do we need to park at? We got to pull up here. And then we get over there, and they're like, oh, no, you need to go over there. Okay, so we go over there. Then you got to go over there. And so then we finally get parked, and then we go inside. And it's like, hey, where are the media credentials? Oh, well, they're down this hallway. So we get down there, and they're like, oh, no, they're on the other side. Oh, they're over there. So it's just been a complete mess.
Good cardio.
Yeah, we've done a ton of walking, which actually helps with all the barbecue that we consumed earlier today. We did our duty. We went to the gym this morning as well, so we got a workout in.
Yes.
We're not neglecting ourselves, even though we're having fun. But the NFL definitely there's not a lot of attention to detail, which I mean I get, because like whenever you have an event this massive, and I mean like you're talking hundreds of thousands of people. I mean like it is maybe not hundreds of thousands, but tens of thousands. It's hard to keep everybody in track. And we saw a guy get tackled by security at the Fallout Boy car last night.
Really?
Right, he bumped into me because he was running away from the cops. He bumped into me, stumbled, and then the cop took him down. So I like to think that I assisted in that.
There you go.
So I did my good deed for the day. I helped. I don't know what he did, so I don't know. But
you'll find out in the paper.
Yeah, he was very intoxicated, which a lot of people were. If you did not know, marijuana is also legal in Missouri. So I don't know if I've gotten like a contact buzz just walking around downtown. It's everywhere.
Yeah.
So it's been an experience for sure. They call it the draft experience. It has been an experience for sure. And with that, I'm probably, I don't know. Do you have anything else you want to say before we get to work?
No. I'm looking forward to seeing what we're gonna do.
I am too. So if everything goes smoothly, everything's good, we'll probably pop back in after the selection's made, and we can go through it with you guys.
There we go. Well, the Steelers are officially on the clock. They got about 4:15 to go. We're gonna be seeing Landon and Marcus back here hopefully soon. Depending on if there's a selection, if there's a trade back. We're interested to see the Steelers. I'm not entirely sure. They did zoom in on their war room. They don't look like they're celebrating, which probably indicates they're not selecting here. Who knows? They could be targeting Joey Porter Jr. It could be a nice dog for a Mike Tomlin defense. So other than that, Landon, Marcus, we'll see you guys soon, hopefully, and y'all get to work.
All right, let's go, baby. Let's go, Colts.
All right. See you guys. Go Colts. Now, okay, now I think, it looks like the Steelers might be trading here.
They're currently on the phone with someone.
Yeah, I think they're calling in the trade.
Could be calling in a trade, or they could be calling in a prospect.
Yeah, it looks like their assistant GM is calling in a trade. I think. I've never stepped inside a war room, so bear with me, people. I wouldn't know. Just telling by the naked eye.
Fair enough.
It looks like they could be making a trade here, maybe. They're already at 3 minutes left on the clock. Obviously, the second round is going to go a little bit faster than the first round. First round, you had about 10 minutes. In the second round, you have about 5. So if these teams hurry it up with the picks, we can probably have a quicker stream tonight. But given history, I mean, you just got to think in this area between number 20 and number 40, this is the area where Chris Ballard likes to trade back unless that draft with Kwity Paye. Remember, they said they had him ranked as like a top 12 player on their board, and he fell to them at 21. They make a selection there. Now, the Steelers, pick is in. Pick is in for the Steelers. Looks like they have made a pick. They are not trading back. I assume this is going to be Joey Porter. What about you guys?
I assume it's going to be Joey Porter Jr. He's the top-ranked prospect on my board available right now at a need position for the Steelers. They could also go interior offensive lineman. They could use a center. It's an upgradable position. They could use a pass rusher like Keon White, but it just makes perfect sense for them to go with either the cornerback Joey Porter Jr. or a plot twist could be they go safety / nickel corner in Brian Branch. So I think they're going to address the secondary right here with one of those guys.
So it's starting to be reported the Steelers are going to take Joey Porter Jr. with the 32nd pick in the second round. Seb, now that the top corner that everybody's been eyeing, and everybody was trying to trade with the Steelers. That is a fact. Everybody wanted to trade up, but this is a guy who everybody thought would go in the first round, in the early first round, not in the 20s, before the 20s, and he's still there at number 32. So now that he is off the board, it's not official yet, but it's going to happen. Now that right after them, the Steelers, the Cardinals are next, and the Lions are next. Both teams who have more secondary, like Jay said, Cardinals need everything, basically. They got their tackle last night with Paris Johnson Jr. Now they could be looking to add to the defense. Maybe a couple those last 2 selections in the first. Maybe they wanted a Nolan Smith. Maybe they wanted a Felix Onyeudike-Uzama on that Jonathan Gannon defense. Maybe. But, yeah, the Joey Porter is now officially a Pittsburgh Steeler. Now you're moving on to the Cardinals. The pick is coming closer and closer for the Colts. Are they going to trade back? Are they going to make a selection? Where do you thinking Arizona goes here, Seb?
I think probably pass rush is most likely. I thought they might go with their first round pick, whenever that ended up being, simply because it wasn't a great unit last year. Then a large proportion of the sacks they did have walked out the door with JJ Watt. As you said, there's so many needs they do need to fix. And there's quite a few kind of late first, early second round expected kind of pass rushers. Ojulari's still there. I know Derek Hall, I expect to go perhaps a bit later in the second, but I think it's quite high-end traits, but a bit of a kind of riskier pick there. So I'd probably better position there, I think, probably defensive line, but who knows?
Yeah, it kind of, the early pick of Will McDonald, in my opinion, the really early pick of Mozzie Smith has kind of taken some defensive line candidates away from teams because, again, I did not think Mozzie Smith was going in the first round, but he's in Dallas now. Will McDonald, I didn't think was going to go that early, but a team, I don't blame a team for buying into traits and potential, especially for a pass rusher we've seen. So I'm never going to get mad at that. The Cardinals are on the clock now. They got about 3 minutes left on the board here. Man, this is exciting. Again, I don't know. I'm continuing to check Twitter here. Darnell Washington is still on the board, just so everybody knows. Man.
Darnell Washington might be the ultimate, not a position of need, but would be, I think, a player loads of Colts fans would love. Just partly, I think, the idea of, I think, Richardson and Taylor behind potentially 3 or 4 massive tight ends blocking for them would be quite fun. But
Ian Rappaport is reporting the Arizona Cardinals are now talking trade possibilities at number 3. They were targeting Joey Porter Jr. They were trying to trade up with Pittsburgh. They were one of the teams trying to trade up. They've been trying to trade up since last night. And it's kind of been known what the first pick of the draft of tonight was going to be. So is Arizona going to lock in a trade here? You know, John Michael Smith is still on the board. Do they want to, pass him up? Because they still need offensive linemen. They got Paris Johnson Jr. Do they want to go ahead and get the best center in this draft? What says you, Jay?
I think they could go offensive line just to really double down on protecting Kyler because he's coming.
The Cardinals are trading number 33 to the Titans. Titans are probably looking at Will Levis right here.
The Titans going in for Will Levis. That would cement 3 rookie quarterbacks from this class in the AFC South. Every one of the top 4 guys outside of course, Bryce Young, who went number 1 overall to the Panthers. But that's neither here nor there. This is going to be a very interesting we'll be comparing these guys to each other for a long, long time as their careers progress, if that's the route that they go and they are trading up for the quarterback, Will Levis.
Yeah, the Cardinals are going to trade the number 33 pick and the number 81 pick to the Titans for the Titans' second rounder at number 41 and their third rounder at 72. So kind of an even trade there. The Cardinals are getting back. They're not losing anything, basically. They're just falling further into the draft. Tennessee trades up, and they're going to get their quarterback. So Will Levis, I believe, I'm not sure if it's been reported on Twitter yet, but I did get a DM that Will Levis is the pick here for Tennessee. They are targeting him there. So I'm not sure if it's hit Twitter yet. I assume it has. Yep, like that. Albert Breer, Indy Sports 1. Yeah. Okay, so all of that is going to go on. Joey Porter is gone. Will Levis is gone. Freaking Jim Irsay. Yeah, now that tweet is irrelevant now. I mean, dude, this is insane. Who is going to get the AFC South is going to be an absolute bloodbath in the next 2 years, dude. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath. Jacksonville Jaguar fans were hyped. Get it? They were hyped. Houston had no hope. Indy was a dumpster fire. Tennessee was going down. Now, all 3 of them just loaded up with quarterbacks. Woo! This is, honestly, man, I love it. But, hey, it's very possible the Colts could have the best quarterback in the AFC in years to come. So we will go there. Seb, what's your reaction to Will Levis? It's not, the pick's not official yet, but it is going to be Will Levis going to Tennessee. What's your reaction to Will Levis going to the AFC South?
I think it makes sense. It makes for a very interesting division, particularly when you think that statistically, at least one of these rookie AFC South quarterbacks is probably going to fail. It's always interesting, I think, when you take a guy like Levis who thought might go off the board, Titans' first pick, and then they had a good choice with Skowronski instead. But how does it affect Levis going into the building? You didn't have the faith in him to take him in the first round, and you take him in the second instead. I think you have to know who he is as a person, which I certainly don't, to judge how you kind of react to that. It's an interesting quarterback room they've got now, with Tannehill presumably still starting for 1 year, but you've got both Willis, who obviously didn't impress, and then Levis, who I think is probably much more pro-ready, but is he a bit of a risk as well? So it's an interesting room for Tennessee. I'm intrigued to see how they manage that over the next 2 years, and whether this is a formal kind of declaration of giving up on Malik Willis. But
excuse me here, guys. Part of a live. I'm actually tweeting now, and the pick is official. It is Will Levis. Honestly, man, dang it. If it wasn't in Tennessee, I would be rooting for Will Levis, man. This is now an underdog story. He was really hated during this cycle. everybody thought he was going to be a top 15 pick, falls completely out of the first round. I wanted to cheer for him, but damn it, he's going to Tennessee.
Mm-hmm. That's going to be a very interesting spot for him. Like Seb was saying, they already drafted Malik Willis last year, but that was a different GM. Vrabel seems to, according to reports, have felt like he's given up on Malik Willis after his 3-game stint last year, and they signed Josh Dobbs off the street in a must-win game because they were not confident in Malik Willis as a rookie. And he was always going to be a project guy, but now it seems like they're moving on to Will Levis, who also could use some development, but has a absolutely insanely high ceiling as well, with just probably the best arm talent of this draft. He might not have the best decision-making. He has some pretty rough pocket presence, but he definitely has the ball velocity that can put it into some very interesting tight windows that not many quarterbacks can. So can they develop him on the mental side of things? That's going to be the big question going forward, but they don't have to feel pressure to start him immediately because they still got Ryan Tannehill for one more year under contract.
Colts are fielding calls.
Ooh.
They're getting calls now. Trying to see who. I don't think I'm going to be able to get who the team is.
And the Lions pick is in.
Yeah, the Lions are now selecting. The Colts are fielding calls now. So it's interesting to see what the Colts are going to do here. They're getting calls, but is somebody on their board falling? This is just me personally. I have no inside information on where the Colts feel about him. But earlier I tweeted today, if Darnell Washington is there on the board at 35, to me, don't overthink this. Take Darnell Washington. This dude, again, I said it last night. I'll say it again tonight. This guy should have been a top 15 pick, all because he's the number 2 behind a guy who's going to go top 5 in next year's draft. So it's crazy.
The Lions pick is in.
Sam Laporta. Okay, so now you got guys. You got Julius Brent on the board. You got Darnell Washington on the board. Esteban Avila, Osiris Torrance. You have your pick at guard. If you want to get a guard, the Colts have the chance now. Do they trade back or do they really have their pick? Osiris or Esteban? Which one are you going to go with? Which one do you value more, Chris Ballard? Do you want to protect your young quarterback or do you want to trade back and get more assets? A key thing that Chris Ballard hinted at in his press conference last week, he mentioned unpromptedly free agency is still out there. There's still some guys in free agency that can help them out. Is he willing to trade back, risking he might lose out on Torrance, Avila, Mach? Is he going to risk that? This is interesting to see. Let's work.
I'd expect them to trade back only like a couple of picks. Like, I don't expect them to go back double-digit picks just because then
the Colts have traded up with the Raiders.
Ooh, the Raiders.
So Colts are trading back with the Raiders.
So that's 3 picks back, potentially.
Yeah. Colts have traded back with the Raiders. So they're trading back, I think, 3 spots.
Mm-hmm.
The Raiders are trading up for somebody.
Mm-hmm. And their pick is in already.
Yep, their pick is in already.
I wonder if that suggests the Colts are going right guard, perhaps, because you move back that far.
I wonder what the deal consists of.
Yeah, I want to see what our compensation is. Maybe we get an extra third.
It's looking like the Raiders are targeting tight end Michael Mayer.
Ooh,
he's a good player.
The Colts are getting 38 and 141 for 35. So they pick up, I believe, let me see here. Another 4th rounder?
It's either a 4th or 5th.
Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to confirm here. Number 141. Number 141 is going to be a 5th round pick. So the Colts now have 4 5th round picks. The Colts now, and that's good compensation because you trade back only 3 spots. You may not lose out on anybody, and you gain another 5th round pick. The 5th round is going to be interesting tomorrow because this is a deep draft at tight end, at corner, at linebacker. Linebacker is an underrated need because there's still a question mark with Shaquille Leonard. So right now, as the board keeps falling, guys, where do you feel the Colts? First off, Seb, let me start with you. How do you feel about the package? They're only moving back 3 spots, and they're gaining another 5th round pick. They now have 4 5th round picks. Your reaction?
I think it's a smart move. I think it suggests a focus on a positional group, probably right guard as opposed to a specific player, because there's not one golden player they feel they can't miss on in 3, but it does mean you're subject to our earlier points about your run. They are very well protected against the run on guard, because even if 2 of them start going, they can pick that 3rd one if they need to. 5th round picks, interesting. I think almost in my mind, depending on how the draft goes, I thought the 4th round pick and above are probably the starter needs, or kind of more significant needs, probably with offensive line, cornerback, edge rusher, and perhaps wide receiver if you can. And then probably beyond that, it's going to be more depth signings, perhaps a swing tackle. So having multiple 5th round picks does give you a bit more of a chance to try and get that, beef up that depth on the roster. And obviously, you never know. Some of those do sometimes end up working out even better than you expect. Right. It would suggest there's not one prospect they have to have now, but they are targeting a position and seeing what else they can get while still hopefully getting that filling that need they've got in mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jay, what about you?
Right now, this is a very deep draft for a lot of positions that they want, with talent on the board at corner, interior offensive line. If they wanted to go wide receiver, there's still quite a few talented wide receivers on the board. The Raiders pick is in. They went with Michael Mayer. So now it looks like we got the Rams and the Seahawks up next, and then it's the Colts pick again.
Yep.
But I think the Colts are going to be going for at least either one of those guards, like an Avila, like a Torres. Maybe they go Mausch if they think that's the right fit for that versatility, like you were saying earlier.
Michael Mayer officially to Las Vegas. Pick just got announced.
And then,
and that's a good one. That's a good one for Vegas. Sorry, didn't want to interrupt you. Go ahead and continue, Jay.
You're good, no worries. There's plenty of corners on the board right now. I mean, Keely Ringo, Cam Smith, like you guys said, the local guy, Julius Brents, Darius Rush. There's a lot of very talented corners on the board that you can move back and still get your pick of a really good fit for this Gus Bradley defense.
Hey, and I wouldn't rule this out. Does Chris Ballard double dip again? Does he double dip and trade back again? Because there's still some good. Is a team, depending on what the Rams and the Seahawks do, is somebody targeting Keely Ringo here? Or maybe a Darnell Washington? Is somebody targeting those guys and want to trade up? And Chris Ballard says, let's trade back again. Hey, I wouldn't be mad at it. You have so many holes on this roster. It doesn't hurt if you trade back again. And it was a pretty quick trade. I mean, to fall back 3 spots and then, I mean, you gain another 5th round pick.
Yeah, what certainly wouldn't surprise me, given if we are correct and think that right guard might be the priority in the 2nd round, is given that gap we've discussed with the 3rd round pick, which I think will be a cornerback, hopefully maybe Rush or Brents, is if the trade, rather than being for an extra pick, does somehow get you at that 79th pick, moves up a bit to bridge that gap further, and then you feel that you've got a bit more.
Ah, damn it!
Uh-oh.
The Rams are targeting Esteban Avila here. But hey, I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm happy for him. I'm just disappointed he's not going to be a Colt.
Michael.
But hey, Esteban, man, 3-star recruit, came in. Now he's going to be drafted the number 36 pick in the NFL draft. Let's get it. Go Frogs, baby. Let's get it.
Hey, Michael, how do you feel that both of your top Frog prospects are going to be going to LA for their first pro stops?
That's gonna be that's gonna be cool, man. I mean, it kind of sucks because their last collegiate career happened in embarrassing fashion in the stadium that they're going to be having their NFL career get started in. So maybe they want to win a bunch of games to help erase that memory a little bit.
Yeah. But hey, they're gonna enjoy LA. That's gonna be phenomenal for both Quentin Johnston going to, of course, the Chargers yesterday, and then of course we got Avila going to the Rams in round 2.
Osiris Torrance is still there. He's still there. He's still there. So you can still get a quality guard. But now that Avila is off the board, because the Colts did like Avila, now again, this is the cost of trading back. You lost out on a guard. There's another one there. You got Goldie Mach there still. Are you targeting corner now? Is linebacker, tight end, an underrated spot you're looking for? Maybe not. I don't think so. Corner here, I would say if they stay at 38, I would say Keely Ringo. What about you guys?
Cam Smith is my top-rated corner on my board, but I don't think he's as good of a scheme fit for what the Colts are kind of looking for as their corner prototype, as, of course, Keely Ringo. So I'd expect them to go that direction as well if corner is the pick at 38 for the Colts.
Man, I wanted my guy to be protecting Anthony Richardson.
It's either that or we go Cyrus Torrance and we reunite the Florida guys.
Here's my question, because Ballard has been the type to take some guys you may not need. Here's another underrated name that we haven't talked about much. You think you're targeting John Michael Smits here? Could he slide out to guard? Ryan Kelly walks next year and then he slides into center?
I would really like that pick because I mocked John Michael Schmidt to the Colts in round 2 in my very first mock this offseason. I would absolutely love for JMS to be the Colts pick. But of course, you then have to question maybe what's that year one fit, as he's more of a collegiate center. But he could shift to guard. I'm not doubting that. But yeah, either way, the Colts could get a really good beefed up protection for our guy Anthony Richardson.
Yeah. I mean, now you still got plenty of options here. Hold on, I want to hear his name get called.
With the 36th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Steve Avila.
Woo! Let's get into CU! Let's get it, baby! Going to the league! Sending more teams than Texas's ass! My bad, y'all. In-state rivalry comes out of me sometimes. My bad. But so Steve Avila is now off the board. So now, again, Osiris Torrance is still there. Cody Mach is still there. We discussed John Michael Smits. Could you be looking there? But corner just feels like it's going to be the pick here. It feels like it's going to be the pick. You still got Ringo. Still got Brents. Me personally, I would probably go Brents. But hey, I had the pleasure of seeing him live. I haven't been able to see Ringo live yet, but I feel like the corner could be the pick here.
I certainly think at this stage, probably O-line and cornerback are the two biggest needs on the roster. So I think it would take something special for those probably not to be the next two picks, or I suppose something terrible if there's a run on the second group that they don't address in this next pick. But,
So the Colts are back on the clock. The Seattle Seahawks are going to be selecting defensive end Derek Hall. Auburn. So what are the Colts going to do here? Do they trade back again? Or do they take their corner? You need a corner. You need a corner. I love Isaiah Rodgers just as much as anyone does. I really hyped this guy up going into his second year. He was one of my guys. You still need a corner. You still need one. Everybody else besides Rodgers is looking at special team reps. You got to get a quality corner here.
I mean, they still got Kenny Moore in the nickel, but he definitely had a regression last year. Hopefully he can get back to his usual form. But beyond him and Isaiah Rodgers, it is very...
Colts trade back with the Falcons.
All right. How far is that back?
Colts traded back with the Falcons. They are falling back.
44.
Yeah, they traded back
44.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They traded back 7 spots.
All right. So
They
we
traded back with the
9
Falcons.
total, or 10 spots total.
Yep.
And this time we could possibly get like a round 4 pick moving back that far.
Yeah. Hopefully a later 3rd round pick, but
Maybe get some future compensation.
Yeah, something about if when that pick becomes in below 100, both in results and psychologically, it makes all the difference in how sweet that compensation looks.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I am here to see.
Colts racking up that draft capital later on.
Okay, so the Colts get 44 and they get 110. That's going to be a 4th round pick.
44 and 110.
Yep.
Woo!
So now they have 2 4th round picks. They have 5 4 5th round picks. Wow. Ballard is adding and adding and adding.
One thing that wouldn't surprise me later in the draft is if, depending on how the board falls, obviously, if Ballard packages a few of those 4th and 5th picks, maybe into a 3rd or something, these picks don't just have to be used for what they currently are at the moment. They can be molded into other things if he wants that to use the ammunition that way.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Seb. I mean, he did the exact same thing last year, was where he kept on trading back and he had more picks than to use. And then he traded up to get back into the 3rd round to get Nick Cross. That could be a strategy that he's doing it now to just maximize potentially as many picks as he can get in this like top 110, 20 picks. So very interesting to see. Falcons are on the board. Their pick is in. Who did they trade up to get with us? Could be interesting. But yeah, it seems like the Colts kind of had this feeling that there's so much talent on the board at need positions that they must feel very confident in their ability to still get someone that they really like and still move back while getting more draft compensation later on. So.
Yeah. So the Falcons traded up and they're going to be selecting offensive lineman Matt Bergeron.
A little bit of a reach on my board, but I
like
it for them because they need to build that offensive line.
Yeah. So the Colts now have 2 4th round picks. They have 4 5th round picks. Man, hey, I respect it. They came in with what? 9 picks. Now they're going to have 12?
I'll take that.
I'll take it any day. It increases the chances of getting a guy like Tyler Scott from Cincinnati. I like it. So the Colts have now traded back twice. Matt Bergeron gets off the board here. There's still some quality players. Again, Joey Porter is off the board, but there's still quality corners here. Clark Phillips III from Utah is still on the board. Keely Ringo is still on the board. Julius Brents is still on the board. That's really the area I would assume the Colts are targeting. Again, it keeps getting interesting to me, okay? Chris Ballard loves traits, right? The further Darnell Washington keeps falling, and this isn't because I've heard something. This is just my own speculation. I gotta think, man, you love traits so much. Go get the traits if he's available at 44, right? So, oh, man, this is exciting. I'm not going to lie. This is really good. Let me see here.
So Washington's one guy. Wouldn't surprise me if the Packers take him at 42, actually, given
the Panthers are interesting. I mean, they got a freaking ton of corners. They don't need another one. The Saints. I don't think the Saints need a corner because you got Lattimore. You still got the Paulson Adebo kid from Stanford you drafted a couple years ago. Kalante Taylor from Alante Taylor from Tennessee you drafted. So their corner room still looks good. I mean, no surprise for a Dennis Allen-led team, right? If you're the Saints, where are you looking right here, Jay?
Ooh, if I'm the Saints right now, this is a tough one because they do have still quite a few needs, in particular on offense. I mean, I might not be surprised if they go running back right here just because of all the stuff that we've been hearing about Alvin Kamara and his off-the-field stuff, his contract. Maybe Zach Charbonnet if they want to go for like a little bit more of a power kind of guy.
Mm-hmm.
But they also do need some pass rush.
Yeah.
I could see them more likely if they don't go running back and shock everyone. I could see them going like a Keon White or Adebawore. Like there's some really interesting pass rushers that should be on the board for them.
You think they take BJ Ojulari, in-state product?
They could go BJ, but the problem is with BJ, he just did not test as well as we kind of all expected for him. And they might like more of an athlete at that edge spot. So
hear me out. If you're New Orleans, the Panthers are on the clock. We'll see what they do. But for the Saints, hear me out. You got Derek Carr now. Who was Derek Carr's favorite target over his career? Darren Waller. What position did he play? Tight end. If you're the Saints, you already got Michael Thomas. You already got Chris Olave. Jay, I think you guys know where I'm going with this. I think the Saints should take Darnell Washington here. I think so. Get a young freaking freak of nature in the Superdome and watch Derek Carr work his magic with this guy. The tight end is a quarterback's best friend. And a guy like Darnell Washington, some may say, oh, I don't see enough on tape. Again, I'm going to keep honing on it. He's behind Brock Bowers at Georgia. Brock Bowers is going to go top 5 in next year's draft. That's how good of a player he is. He was already ahead of Darnell Washington. Darnell Washington can block like a tackle. He can run routes like a freaking outside receiver, and he's got hands. You can't find that anywhere else. So because there's not enough experience, teams are not going to, take him in the first round. But if he keeps sliding, someone has to take the bait here. And I think New Orleans is a good spot for that. But again, I don't know.
I think this spot for the Saints will be a really interesting sign of where they see Kamara and Thomas moving forward in their offense and whether they need to replace them or whether
check out this comment here. Can we trade GMs? Hey man, y'all don't like Chris Ballard trading back? Y'all don't like that? Man, I like it because in this draft, there's a lot of value. There's going to be a lot of value in the 4th and 5th rounds. That's just it. And plus, remember, you don't have a 6th-round pick. You traded that to Tampa Bay for, man, I even forget his freaking name. The special team.
Stewart? Was it Grant Stewart?
Scott Stewart or something like that. I don't know. I think LeSkewer. I don't know. He just had lion hair.
Ooh, Panthers pick is in. It's Jonathan Mingo, wide receiver.
Jonathan Mingo?
He's been rising up a lot in this pre-draft process.
Yeah.
And that's a good pick
Man.
for them because they need to get someone to replace DJ Moore and get someone who they can feel is a number 1 wide receiver for Bryce Young. So that makes sense. They went wide receiver.
Let's see here.
But the Colts, I don't think will be mad he's their pick instead of other people. I think they'll be quite happy to.
So sitting in front of the Colts are the Saints. They're up. They're on the clock. The Cardinals, the Packers, and the Jets. The Packers, they could use in the first round. Dang it. Help me out. Who did the Packers take? I'm trying to look right here.
Van Ness?
We got Lucas Van Ness. Yeah.
Lucas Van Ness. Yeah. So they got pass rush already. Gonna team that up with Kenny Clark. Could they be looking for tight end, wide receiver, get some offense for Jordan Love?
That seems like that would be the best picks for them.
Yeah.
But Brian Branch is still there, and they could use some safety help right now. They don't have what's his face anymore. Spacing on which safety that's a free agent right now. But right now, the only safety that they have that has some experience is like Darnell Savage, and they were a little hot and cold on him. He's kind of fluctuated over the last few years, so they could go Brian Branch if he's there. Arizona, they also could go Brian Branch because there's talk of them possibly moving on from Budda Baker. He wants to be traded, and if they want to kind of have a replacement a little bit for what he offers in their defense, might as well go Brian Branch. Keep getting those BB safeties. So,
man, there's a lot of upset people about Ballard trading back 2 times.
I mean, I understand if people don't like it. I think we'll see the results long term, but I think it makes sense. But surely no one's surprised. This is what Ballard does. You know, if you followed this team for any length of time, you should be expecting this.
Question: do you think Tyler Scott at 44 is a reach?
Yes.
A little bit. It's not like I like the fit, especially going alongside his collegiate teammate in Alec Pierce, and he fits exactly what we want in kind of a vertical threat in this new scheme. But at the same time, with how the board is right now, I'd rather have, like maybe a Jalen Hyatt over him if we're going wide receiver.
Yeah.
But
I think I think you already have guys like him though, Michael Pittman and Alex Pierce. The Saints pick is in. I'm excited to see this one actually. Who are they gonna go, man? Who are they gonna go?
I think they're gonna go Adebawore.
Really?
That's my prediction. Him or Keon White, but I'm feeling Adebawore right now. They're high-fiving. They're getting excited in their war room.
It has been announced the Saints are going to be taking pass rusher Isaiah Foskey from the University of Notre Dame. So
all right.
That's a good get. Foskey was a guy that was kind of starting to climb boards a little bit. He was a guy I kind of put in the same category as a Felix Onyeudike-Uzomah. So I like the pick for them. I wish they would have gone Darnell Washington because dude is just a freaking beast. Let's get to the comments here. Oh, look, my brother is in the chat right here. So how do y'all feel about your new quarterback, and how high do you see his ceiling right now? Thank you, Carlos, for that rather great question on the comments section. Are you working, by the way? Just text me. But anyways, Jay, let's go with you first. How do you respond to that?
His ceiling is not even sky high, all right? It's beyond the sky. It is galactic level ceiling for Anthony Richardson. The potential he has as an athlete at the quarterback position is greater than anything we have seen at the position outside of maybe a Lamar Jackson, but he's bigger than Lamar Jackson. Like, phenomenal prospect in terms of just a pure athlete. He seems like he's an absolute grinder. He wants to put in the work to improve, and that's what he needs to do is change his technique, change his footwork, get a little bit more knowledge in terms of how to read defenses because he's a very inexperienced guy. But that potential, if he does reach it, is a top 5 quarterback in the NFL, possibly a future MVP if he hits that absolute crazy ceiling. The only question is, can the Colts and this new coaching staff get him to that level, and will he put in the work to get there? And will he have injury luck on his side? That's one thing that can always derail a career, no matter how much you work. Injuries pile up, especially with a guy who is a bit of a running quarterback. He's going to take some hits potentially that could hurt him long term. We got to make sure he stays healthy and works hard and have the right people in place to make him succeed. And then we could have some really interesting results in a year or two.
Yeah, I think everyone's very excited about it. And partly I think that reflects the justifiable fatigue we all had over the veteran carousel and how good it feels to finally see an end to that. But I do think the Colts so far have done very well immediately after the pick in expectation management, which is always going to be important because we have, I think, rightly very high expectations of how great he can be at some point. But I think those of us who are plugged in know it's not going to be immediate. He's been chosen to be the long-term guy, not necessarily the best guy year one. And where the Colts are as a team, they don't need to be the best team year one. They need to put the changes in place with the new system, new head coach to get success long term. So I think this Colts have done well talking about they'll put him when he's ready. He doesn't need to start week one. I suppose the test will be whether perhaps less invested fans than us might expect him to be a MVP conversation the first 5 weeks or whatever. And I also don't expect the Colts non-winning streak in week one to stop with a new quarterback, new head coach, and new offensive staff. There will be a time for to bet in. But even the most ready quarterbacks like Trevor Lawrence take a few years to look great.
Absolutely, you're right. I mean, getting the right coach in place is absolutely huge, even for such a prospect like Trevor Lawrence. We had Trevor Lawrence coming out as the best prospect since Peyton Manning, since John Elway, since Andrew Luck. He was mentioned in their same breath as a prospect. But then year one, he absolutely stunk because he had a terrible head coach in Urban Meyer. And then year two, what happens? They get a new head coach for him in Doug Peterson, who knows how to train up quarterbacks. And he has a big breakout year and starts looking more like a top 10 quarterback towards the end of that year. So coaching is a very big factor for these quarterbacks to succeed. Landing spot is always critical. And sometimes a player's success isn't inherently just on them. It's how the people around them train them and prepare them to do the best job they can. So if we can put Anthony Richardson in a position to succeed, that could be a very, very great pick for the Colts, with the highest QB pick we've had since Andrew Luck.
And I think one of the really encouraging things about the Colts this offseason is how joined up their thinking seems to be. They got Steichen and his team so that they could develop whatever quarterback they thought was best, and they had the faith that he could develop him. And then you'd pick Anthony Richardson, knowing that you've got Steichen, obviously the Jalen Hurts history, but also with Justin Herbert. So you've got decisions that seem to make sense together as opposed to being taken in isolation and then hoping they work together, which can make a huge difference.
Absolutely. But yeah, we still got these next three picks.
We got more. Bro, I just want Ballard to draft some offensive linemen and stop trading back. Hey, here's an interesting one. The Cardinals pick is in. I'm actually afraid this is going to end up being Osiris Torrance. I'm afraid of it because, like we talked about last night, the Cardinals need to start protecting Kyler Murray. That's something they did not do because they were trading their picks for DeAndre Hopkins, Hollywood Brown, and all that other stuff. I'm afraid this is Osiris Torrance. I haven't checked Twitter yet, but if it's not, at 44, I think Osiris kind of has to be the pick. He's going to be teamed back up with his former teammate, Anthony Richardson. It would be a perfect match, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. Phenomenal. And, hey, even though you're saying, hey, we absolutely need to get some offensive linemen and stop trading back, this is the amount of picks that we have right now. We have 12. We got 40.
Real quick.
Shout out to Lawrence and Lilia, my parents, my wife Tracy.
Man, come on and announce the pick.
Let's go.
I'm a little ahead of you, and I just saw the pick.
Okay.
In the 2023 draft, the Arizona Cardinals select BJ Ojulari.
Oh, they got pass rush. Okay. All right. Osiris Torrance is still on the board. Okay. He's still on the board. Let's go down here. How good is AR going to be able to play behind an O-line that couldn't stop a toddler? Hey, there were so many moments. If you go back and watch these highlights of Matt Ryan, there were so many moments where with Anthony Richardson, he has that clock in his head. When the pocket is collapsing, he has the athleticism to get out of it. You can't say the same for Matt Ryan, right? So part of it was Matt Ryan just being a bad quarterback. Part of it was because Ryan Kelly struggled. Braden Smith struggled in the first half of the season. You had Matt Pryor on the team. Quentin Nelson was battling back issues. So you had some problems there. And Danny Pinter, who is a natural center, was playing right guard. So you had problems, personnel problems, coaching problems. All of that put together gets you the 4th overall pick. So I don't think I think he's going to play well because of the clock in his head, especially with a guy like Shane Steichen. I assume they're going to work on that plenty more. We're going to be able to see that this coming summer when we get to training camp, see how they're going to work on that. Again, you still got free agency. You still got the draft. Osiris Torrance is still on the board. An underrated pick in John Michael Smits is still on the board. Keely Ringo is still on the board. Julius Brents is still on the board. Julius Brents, the Indy native. So there's a lot of stuff. The Packers pick is in. The Packers pick is in. Let's see it. Let's see it.
The second pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Luke Musgrave.
Okay. All right. Really don't care about that one. The guys are still on the board. The Colts are still going to be able to have their pick. The Jets are in front of them. Do the Colts trade back again? Do they trade back again?
Well, here's the thing with the Jets. The last team in front of us right now, they could also use a tight end. They could go Darnell Washington, but they also could use offensive linemen. Like, they could use a tackle. So I could see maybe a DeJuan Jones maybe going. Or they could go interior offensive linemen. They have some needs there too. So we could see this being the Torres pick just ahead of us, or John Michael Schmitz, or maybe Cody Mauch. Like, this could be the pick that snipes them right in front of us, but we still got plenty of options, though, at 44. We're guaranteed going to get someone, unless we trade back.
My brother's trying to make me mad.
Oh, no.
How did Max Duggan win the best quarterback award, but he isn't even listed as a top 8 quarterback in the mocks or Stetson? He's just trying to piss me off. That's what he's trying to do.
Are you trying? Is he succeeding?
Yeah. So, I mean, with Max, oh my gosh, you got 4 years of college football, right? 3 of them were just completely miserable. There wasn't a true vision on the offense. Doug Meacham was battling back and forth with Gary Patterson about what the scheme he wanted to run, concepts he wanted to run. I want to throw it. Gary Patterson says, no, run the football. Run the football. I got you a Zach Evans. Run the football. I want to pass it. Run the football. So there was a lot of questions there, which led to a lot of bad play, not just from Max Duggan, but the whole team, which is why Gary Patterson was asked to step down. Then big man Sonny Dykes comes in with a vision, and Max Duggan goes runner-up in the Heisman race. So there's promise, but with Max, there's just not enough good film of him to warrant picking him high. So that's another one. Shout out to I'm sorry if I'm butchering this name, Nomadic Brian. Shout out to you. You've been active in the comments. We appreciate it. Here we go. Mach next. I don't know. I don't know who's gonna go next. I don't know. I feel like it's gonna be offensive lineman or corner. I feel like it's gonna be one of those two. Where are y'all feeling right now with one pick left in front of the man, they over here trying to show us the dang Warriors and Kings. We don't care about that.
No.
Man, where are you going here?
Well, I don't think the Jets are going to go corner because they just have a very good corner group. So I'd be surprised if they don't go offensive pick right here because they did go pass rusher early on for the Jets. Ooh. I don't know. I'm feeling this is either a wide receiver or a tight end pick, but I wouldn't be shocked if they go offensive lineman. Cody Mauch would fit for them if they want someone who needs to be.
Question: do y'all still got the Warriors on y'all's feed?
I still got the Warriors on my feed. It's not just you. You didn't change the channel.
Okay.
For some reason, the playoffs in the NBA is interrupting NFL draft coverage.
Which is weird because I think I'm on ESPN, not ABC.
Yeah, I'm on ESPN too.
All right. Hey, it's going to change back. You got to give the Warriors their coverage. So, yes, Osiris Torrance, if he is there, get him. Come on, get him. More continuity with Anthony Richardson. Support your quarterback. Show your quarterback you care. Don't pull a Ryan Grigson. Get the quarterback in and address offensive line later. Get the offensive line figured out. Get that guard spot figured out. Here we go here. Shout out to Catfish and Bass, okay?
Ooh.
Must be a fisher here, and it's coming fishing season, I suppose. Maybe I'm being too harsh on Ballard, but because I'm passionate about this team and I want to be a winning team again, not the team every other fan base laughs at. I get it. We're used to the Peyton Manning days, the Andrew Luck days, winning the division, beating the Titans. I get it. But hey, all great things don't always last. You got to be humbled a little bit. You got to be brought back down to earth. Know what it's like to be in the top 5 of the drafting, and that could end up leading back to, guess what? Winning again. Look at the Warriors. They went back-to-back, and they won championships. They picked in the lottery. They missed the playoffs. And guess what? They came back the next year and won a championship. What's up, Jay?
The pick is in for the Jets. I'm seeing it on my CBS draft tracker. It is Joe Tippmann.
Joe Tippmann from Wisconsin. That's interesting. He went before John Michael Schmitz. That's interesting.
He's
but
the athletic freak of the center class, but
yeah,
he still could use a little bit of work.
Okay.
John Michael Schmitz is a good athlete, but he's not a Tippmann level athlete. And apparently, according to the CBS tracker, the pick is in for the Colts. But for some reason, we're not seeing the draft right now on TV.
For some reason, I switched over to another feed. I'm watching it now.
Yeah,
I think I switched over
ESPN right now.
I switched over, I think, to ABC or something. So I'm watching the draft now. I don't care about the freaking Warriors right now. Colts pick is in. Who are they going with?
I'm going to go with Osiris Torres, but I wouldn't mind John Michael Schmitz, Cam Smith, or Keely Ringo.
I'm going to say, I feel like this is like, what if you go local? What if you go Julius Brents? I think if you look at maybe offensive line, no? Like, I'm trying to stay away from my phone. Trying to stay away from it. I'm not looking at the comments. I'm trying to stay away from it. Do you go corner, offensive line? I feel like just for premium-wise, you need premium talent. I would go corner here. And I would probably take Brents over Ringo. I just love the build of Julius Brents, man. Again, I watched him live at the Big 12 Championship. He got in the face of Quentin Johnston, who I believe was the best receiver in this class. Where are y'all going here at 44?
I think I'd probably concur on Torrance. I think there's more depth at cornerback to hope you can get it in the third round. I think the right guards are probably going to go quite quickly, and it's I think the only way, the dilemma on the offensive line is obviously last year it was bad and expensive. Drafting a guy here is one way to make it better without making it even more expensive.
Yeah.
Although with reference to the earlier question, I think there are also reasonable expectations that the rest of the line will improve with the right coaching and situation as well. So I don't think it's not going to all be on a new guy to lift up the whole unit.
Jay, as the Colts pick is coming up, Colts legend Tariq Glenn, Ring of Honor legend. Where are you going here at 44 if you're the Colts?
Ooh, well, you're talking me into Julius Brents. I love him as a prospect.
Yes.
He might be my top corner on the board, but he is a great fit for the Colts. So I'd be very interested in him. Personally, though, I would still go with Torrance as the top prospect at a need position on my board right now. But honestly, I don't see many picks right here that are a lose for the Colts. So
Tariq Glenn is approaching the podium.
With the 44th pick.
Oh, that's Roger Goodell.
23 NFL draft. The Indianapolis Colts select Julius Brents.
Let's go! Let's go! We got Brents, baby! We got Julius!
Woo!
Let's get it! We got Julius, baby! Let's go! Let's go! Big 12 championship, Kansas State alum. Man, I'm happy.
Brents is coming home, baby.
I got to see this man live in Arlington, Texas. The dude is a player. They're playing his highlights right now. The dude has great skills. He has great length. He's great in zone, great in soft coverage rather. And he's good at, jumping routes, his timing. Look, he has a clip right here against Quentin Johnston, tries to go inside, follows the route good, makes a great play, forces an incompletion. He hounded Johnston in that game. So what are y'all's reaction? What is y'all's reaction to Julius Brents?
Well, certainly quarterback was one of the biggest needs, so it certainly were two positions that really make sense. Certainly frequently mocked to Colts, whether that was second or perhaps more optimistic at the end of the third. I think Ringo on the board was one I think a lot of people thought because of traits, but Brent's I think really talented. He's one of the cornerbacks I think you can actually throw in day one, which I think you'll have to do. So I think makes sense for the Colts and one to get excited about.
Jay, what's your reaction?
My reaction is this man is a prototypical Gus Bradley corner. Big and long and a great athlete, especially for his size. I think his RAS is in like the upper 9s. He's got like 34-inch arms. He's 6'3" with like a nearly 200-pound frame. He can leap out of the building. He has some good agility. Like, there's not a whole lot that you can hate on this guy just as a physical standpoint. He does need some development. Like, he needs to be able to mirror a little bit better and man, but at the same time, with that length, he can really be a menace in the press game. Or, since we love to use a cover 3 scheme, as long as he has someone over the top on him, he could do very, very well for the Colts. Ooh, that helps out one of our biggest roster holes on this team, corner. So I like the pick. I'm giving that right now. I did have some other guys higher ranked, so I'm going to give it like a B grade, but it's a good B.
My gosh, man, this draft is so far so ideal for Indianapolis. It's so ideal. Not only do you get your franchise quarterback, but also you trade back twice, gain 2 extra day 3 picks, an early 4th rounder, and an early 5th rounder, and you got your hometown kid in Julius Brents. So far, this is a really good draft. This is really good. I'm so interested to see how this plays out. I love it. So we got a little bit of time. We've got a little bit of time before our next pick. Of course, with all these picks now, Colts can trade up. So we're gonna be waiting for that to see if they do. Darnell Washington, number 1 player on Mel Kiper's board right now. Corner was the need, man. Corner was the need. We had to get talent in here. They didn't have to show his highlights against TCU. They didn't have to do that. I kind of find that disrespectful, but I guess, to prop him up. Man, dude, it's so awesome, man.
One thing it does remind me of how, obviously hindsight is 2020, but how many years Colts rude not taking McLaurin as the hometown kid, that hindsight would have made so much sense. So not making the same mistake now and keeping him in the area.
That hurt when we didn't get Terry McLaurin. I was there in Nashville that night. It was pouring rain, and I was with one of my best friends in college, and I was telling him, right here, we're taking Terry McLaurin. I guarantee it. And then Goodell walks up, and they say, wide receiver out of Ohio State, but we got Paris. I don't hate Paris as a prospect at the time. I was like, I still wanted Terry. I still had Terry higher on my board. I saw like the appeal with Paris as a dynamic athlete and yards after the catch monster. But man, Terry was just so smooth. Great route runner, great deep threat, great hands, much more like complete route tree overall. I was like, you can't miss with this guy, and he's local.
Yep.
But hey, I think we have some guys raising the roof here in the media room. Landon and Marcus are back.
Hey, there we go. Real quick.
So like in there.
Let's go ahead and do it. First off, staying on this topic, what was y'all's reaction to Indianapolis trading back twice?
Well, I loved it because every time they would trade back, their targets were still on the board. Everybody that they were targeting is still on the board. And there's actually quite a few guys that are still there. So if they want to take that draft capital that was 4th and 5th round picks, move back up, package it into a deal, and get one of those other guys, they can definitely do that. But yeah, I thought it was fantastic. The fact that not only are you able to get one of the guys that you had on your board, or the top guys on your board, and it's such a Chris Ballard pick as well, by the way. But not only, but you added a 4th and a 5th round pick, and a high 4th and a high 5th round pick at that.
Yeah, I love the trade backs as well, especially, just having a lot of picks in the draft, especially with a draft like this, and a lot of targets, you can draft late. You build up that competition in the room, especially like in the wide receiver department. What I look at, we all love the fast wide receivers in the draft class. I do too. So we still have a chance to go out there and get a lot of guys that could be very productive for this team moving forward. So I like the idea of having multiple draft picks, and it could go towards the offensive line depth as well, because we do need some help on the line.
Yeah, I like it
this is
too,
very-
and I mentioned it to Jay that now you've got another early 4th rounder and another early 5th. You can use that to trade back up for maybe a certain Cincinnati wide receiver. So you could use that. But now I want to get your guys' reaction. Julius Brents, a guy who, the Colts weren't kind of secretive about how they felt. He was at their local pro day that they had. They attended his pro day. And this is a guy that I got to see firsthand in Arlington. He played great that game. I want to get your guys' reaction. Julius Brents is now an Indianapolis Colt, the 44th pick in the draft.
Yeah.
I mean, welcome home. This is a good destination for him. We love the way he plays pretty much coverage on these targets, and they definitely need the DB help, especially with his versatility and his length. I think it'll be a good addition to the Colts locker room at the corners position. I mean, when you look at it, what we got, he don't got a tough battle to go up against, so he can be probably a day one starter, if anything. But I do like what he brings to the table, and I'm excited to see him paired up with Rodgers next year.
Yeah, and I mean, there's just so much stuff to like about Brents, not only from a physical standpoint, which I think is obviously where a lot of people go, just because the length, the arm length is just ridiculous. I think they even said it on NFL Network here. They're talking about he's got 7'5" wingspan, which is just crazy for a corner. But then, the explosion, we can talk about the athleticism all day. I think a really underrated part of where he shines is the character and the leadership that he displayed in that locker room at Kansas State. You ask anybody around that program, man, they love the kid. They love what he brings to your locker room. He was one of those guys in that secondary that really rallied guys together, and he's an extremely high character guy, and he gets to come home. And sometimes for a prospect, that is a big thing for keeping them grounded. We heard Anthony Richardson actually talk about that with him bringing his family, just the ability for guys to stay grounded, and they're in a familiar place. They're not out of, where they're trying to figure out where they got to go for this, where they got to go for this. He knows where he's going, and he'll be able to stop in, get to work pretty much right away. He's not going to have to worry about, like I said, places to live, where he's got to go for his groceries, where he's got to go for his training, where he's got to go for all this. He's going to know it all right off the bat. So he'll be able to get a quick start once he gets into the building and just let the ability shine. And I actually put this tweet out. The marriage of his traits that he has with the size, the athleticism, the explosion, the ability to play press. And, he's a guy that will come up and pop you in the run game. But he also has really good instincts as well. You marriage that with Ron Miles, who is one of the best defensive backs coaches in the NFL, and you let him go to work with a kid like this that has these types of traits, man, this could pay huge dividends for the Colts at a huge position of need in this league. So, yeah, I love it. I'm super excited. He was one of the guys that the Colts were targeting. And like I said, there's quite a few guys that are still on the board that they have high up on there. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a trade up. But, knowing Chris Ballard, we could see more trade downs. You never know with him. He loves those picks. And I'll say this about this draft too. The strong point of this draft is not in the first round. The strong point of this draft is in rounds 3 through 5. So the fact that that's where you see him kind of targeting and loading up these picks in that 3rd through 5th round, getting those higher round picks in 4 and 5. I think that is a very, very smart move because there's a lot of guys, whether it's pass rushers, offensive linemen. There's still a lot of really good offensive linemen left. More cornerbacks. It's an extremely deep cornerback class. Wide receiver. There's a lot of guys that'll go in that 3 to 5 round, the 3 to 5th round range that have really, really high athletic traits that they just need coaching and they need reps and they need time. And you can kind of see that being a theme of this draft. So I expect him to really start to revamp this offense in those middle rounds and taking those guys with those elite traits and letting that coaching staff go to work.
Yeah, in terms of offensive linemen, the Colts really want to address the offensive line. I know there's a comment in here somewhere. We need an offensive line to protect the damn quarterback. I love the passion, right? I love it. You still got Bernard Ryman, who showed promise as a rookie. No sure thing, but you're going to hang on that promise. He faced some really good pass rushers last year, including Micah Parsons, and he held his own. So you're gonna roll with that. Braden Smith had a
Dave Parsons, one of his worst games of the season.
Yeah, and it was still pretty good. So yeah. Braden Smith. No, for Bernard. For Braden, remember, he started off tough, but he found his way again. Hopefully a healthy offseason. Hopefully no more surgeries, no more rehab, gets Quentin Nelson right. Ryan Kelly, Colts decided to bring him back. Hopefully he can get it together. Center and right guard are really the areas that have me worried. Could the Colts look to trade up here? If you're Landon, put yourself in Chris Ballard's shoes. Are you trading up for an offensive lineman? Cody Mauch from North Dakota State is going to go
Cody Mauch
right now.
Yeah, he just went to Tampa Bay. So that's tough because they really liked him. They liked him a lot. But I think like I said, I just think there's so many guys, and that's what I was saying in those middle rounds, that they have those really high athletic traits along the offensive line. And even later, I mean, like you look at guys like Jake Witt, who could possibly even go undrafted. You know, he's a guy that he's got massive athletic traits. He's just really raw at the position. And so you could take shots on them, allow your coaching staff to really kind of mold these guys. Because like we said, with that pick of Anthony Richardson, this isn't about 2023. This isn't about 2024. This is about 25 and beyond. And this is going to take some time. They're building this back from the ground up, and they're targeting these high athletic guys, and they're going to coach these guys up, and they're going to let them loose.
Oh, man. Marcus, man, you sitting there to the side. I see you. Look a little bit tired and excited at the same time. How you feeling, man?
Yeah, they were just telling us about.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, they've got Branch available here for interviews.
Okay, that's awesome. That's fun.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know,
right.
He's a lion, he's not a Colt, so.
They never do that. So I was like, wait, what happened?
Right.
Yeah. So. But yeah, Cody being gone, but I mean, like you still got a guy like Osiris Torrance is still out there. Emil Akayor Jr. is still out there, guard from Alabama. Gosh, who else is out there on the offensive line? I mean, there's still quite a few guys. Tyler Steen. Yeah, Tyler Steen's still out there.
Yeah.
Luke Voorhees is could be a guy that could be a late round pick.
A late rounder, yeah.
Nick Saldiveri is still out there. Mm-hmm. John Gaines. Who's the kid from UCLA? Yeah, John Gaines. Yeah. I thought there was another one. There's another guy. I can't remember his name. I'd have to look it up. But yeah, something like that. There's still a lot of really talented players out there, and especially in the cornerback room, man, this is such a deep DB class. And Chris Ballard is known, like whenever he has a need, he will double dip and he will really attack that position hard in the draft.
Oh, Cody Mark went to the Bucs.
Yeah, that's what we were just saying. So.
Hey man, and I'll note and I'll continue to note because Chris Ballard mentioned it unprompted. He kept referring to free agency as there's still some guys that can help us out there. So he was foreshadowing. I acknowledge that we have needs, and we could walk out of this draft without getting a guy in the high rounds at one of those needs. So free agency is still a possibility here. We all would like to see a guy like Torrance team back up with Richardson. We would all like to see a young guy step in. But me personally, I would rather go the premium pick over the guard, in my opinion. Just improve your talent at premium slots on a team. I love it. So, again, you already spent a premium pick on a non-premium position in Nelson. He's the best guard in football. He can be. He can return to that. Now, the Colts are sitting here. The board is falling. The board is falling. Landon, I want to ask you, if the Colts are still sitting at 79, is there somebody on your board that you think who continues to fall that you think the Colts could, attempt to move up to?
Gosh, maybe. I mean, that's tough. Not really, honestly.
Okay.
I think the guys that they have targeted, I think there's very similar guys in the range that they'll be picking. I mean, you could even look at, like I said, Ballard loves the double dip. So you can look at, let's see here.
Darius Rush.
Yeah, Darius Rush would be one. So I just got a lot going on. So just hang with me.
Yeah, sorry. I think we're all trying to bear with us too in the comments. Let's go to the comments.
So like Corey, it's like I was thinking.
Go ahead.
So Corey Price Jr., another dude, he's a local dude out of Purdue. He's another guy, 9.91 RAS. So like another super, like 6'3", 33-inch arms,
And
super explosive. That's another guy that they could target and really just add a ton of length and athleticism into that DB room. He could be there at 79.
The Packers are going wide receiver at pick 50.
Jaden Reed
from Michigan State.
I know Rashad's gonna be happy.
Yeah,
I really like both of their picks, man. Like Luke Musgrave is a really good pick for them, and Jaden Reed too. They surrounded Jordan Love with some weapons, man. So I just think that there's going to be so many guys in that same vein of like a Jaden Reed or somebody like that, to where you can stay there in that like third, fourth, and like I said, these are early fourth round picks. They got 2 early fourth round picks. They got basically the entire fifth round of the draft, and you can really target some of these like speedster guys, that Shane Steichen really could work with and just mold, and these really high athletic traits guys. And the offensive line, cornerback, wide receiver, I still think you see them attack those positions very hard. I think you can even see a linebacker thrown in as well. So, that's just kind of what I think about it. But you got anything to add before we jump off here?
Hyatt's still dropping.
Balin Hyatt's still, Cedric Tillman's still out there.
Josh Downs.
Josh Downs still out there. Tyler Scott's still out there.
Tank Dell.
I think we all kind of want that guy from Cincinnati to be there at 79. But I will ask this, and this is a name I brought up earlier, just in case he was there at 79. If John Michael Smits is there at 79, would you take him? He is a center, but can he play? Do you think he can play guard for you, and then maybe Ryan Kelly walks next year and then he slides into that role?
Yeah, definitely. I think he definitely has that ability for sure. I mean, it'll be a transition, but it's not going to be too much on his plate. He's a very, very smart guy, very cerebral player. It's not going to be anything too big for him to make that move. So I wouldn't be worried about that.
All right. Well, is there anything you guys have before y'all go ahead and step away to do some more work?
Yes, the cafeteria needs to bring some brownies out that they had yesterday. I would like some. I don't know where they are, but they better find them.
Yeah, they got different kind of brownies. I'm not like a big sweets person at all, but I had half of one of those brownies in there, and I mean, I don't know. Like I said, marijuana is illegal in Missouri, so I don't know what they put in those brownies, but those things were incredible. I'm gonna be dreaming about that brownie for a long time. But but no, we'll see you guys here maybe soon. I mean, you don't know what's going to happen, but there's not too many more picks here in round 2, and then we'll get to work on round 3.
All right, we'll see you guys soon.
All right, later, boys.
Thanks for stopping in. Okay, so in the let's get to some comments here. Thank you guys, everybody who are tuning in the comments. We really appreciate it. Day 2 of the NFL draft is always a little bit more fun than the first round because you never know what's going to happen. Trades are going to happen, like the Colts going back-to-back on trade backs. So it's awesome. Let's get to some comments here. All right. He can't block for us. Oh, come on. They can do a solid job. Let's go back to Dominic Brady. Or Brian, sorry. Oh, my gosh. Let me go back. I butchered that too bad. I don't want to disrespect the name too much. Dominic Bryan. There we go. Now we redeemed ourselves. Colts have an A so far in this draft. I would agree. Still got your young corner and even added early day round 4 and 5 picks to the draft. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we're getting busy. Next, Catfish and Bass. Always like these names, first off. Our next pick in the 3rd round, knowing Ballard, he won't trade up. Hey, he traded up last year for Nick Cross. So you never know. I'm not saying that he will, but I'm also not saying that he won't. You never know. Again, Chris Ballard, if there's anything that a guy like Chris Ballard goes by, is his draft board. If there's somebody he has ranked high and they're falling, take him. He's going to go and get him. So here's the Packers selection right now?
Yep, they got
Jaden Reed from Michigan State, I believe.
And, Ballard, he's definitely going all in on the athletes in this draft class so far. And he's not afraid to trade up if there's a guy who he feels is an absolute special player. He's only done it 3 times, though, in his time with the Colts. He's done so for Nick Cross last year. He did so for JT in 2020, and he also did so for Kari Willis. Not bad hit right when he trades up overall. So,
yeah,
I wouldn't rule it out.
Let's go ahead and continue on with the comments here. Again, thank you to everybody who is commenting. And if you like the Blue Stable on YouTube, like this video, subscribe. Make sure you're subscribed and checking out our articles that we have. We have one from Landon, his reaction to the Anthony Richardson pick. And then we're going to have more tomorrow following day 2, heading into day 3. So now let's get into this one. Again, Dominic Bryant. Nelson sounds like he wants to get back to his old self too. Yes, he does. Because remember, this is a guy who played at Notre Dame. And I'm not in the Indiana area, but one thing I know about Notre Dame is they take their offensive linemen seriously. They take offensive line play seriously. I know a guy who went to Notre Dame, went to high school with them, tight end Durham Smythe, and they have them tight ends go toe for toe with them linemen. All right. They are serious about their blocking up front. And if he has that mindset in college, he carried that over to the NFL. Nelson wants to get back to being an all-pro guard. Not second team, first team all-pro. That's what he wants to get back to. And he has the talent to do that. Back again, Catfish and Bass. They're adding Dominic in the chat here. He needs to. He was playing like a Hall of Famer before 2022. Definitely, yes. Yes, regarding Quentin Nelson. All right. Here, Jay Rina, I hope I got that last name right. Thank you again. Now we have a quarterback with a 53.8 completion percentage that only played 3 games. Hey, I'm not entirely sure what this is alluding to, actually. If you can piggyback off that comment, I would love to actually get in there. Here's another comment from him. The trade back should have been at pick 4. Whoa! At pick 4? You're going to pass up Anthony Richardson? What about you, Seb?
That's a bold pick. I don't think there's any chance of that. I think the article a few days before the draft, the only scenario I envisaged a trade back was if Stroud and Richardson were both there and the Seahawks specifically did a one-place and trade. I don't think there was any chance of letting the chance of one of those two go. I don't think that opinion will probably be shared amongst the wider Colts fan base. But on the point about Nelson said as well, it's perhaps maybe to extent wishful thinking. But if Nelson and Leonard are back to their best, that's going to be like drafting 2 extra All-Pro players if they can get healthy. So that would certainly help.
There we go. Okay, let's get back to some more comments, and we got a few more of them. This one right here from Ryan Jones here. At least we have an athletic quarterback if we don't get the offensive line we need. There you go. See, there's positivity right there. You got the young quarterback, and guess what? That's all that matters. You still got let's be sure and clear something up. Anthony Richardson is not walking into a 2011 offensive line or 2012 offensive line like Andrew Luck did, okay? Yes, Andrew Luck had Anthony Costanzo, but Anthony Costanzo's not Quentin Nelson. Quentin Nelson is an all-pro guard, and at his best, he is the best offensive lineman in the damn league. You got a young stud over there at left tackle in Ryman. You got Braden Smith, who makes an argument every year for the Pro Bowl. And then the really only question marks are at center and right guard. You don't know what it is at right guard yet, at least for right now. We'll see what happens at 79 or possibly earlier. And then center. Ryan Kelly has not been the same the last 2 seasons, 2.5 really. 2021, I kind of try to just forget about it. I try to take it out. I don't want to bring that up for reasons, obviously. But even going back to 2022, I mean, the guy got butchered in that Buffalo preseason game against Tim Settle. They played, 2 series? He got butchered in the season. He was struggling with inside, keeping containment, keeping pad level, just getting beat. It wasn't the Ryan Kelly we know and love. And if he can get back there, if he can't, then worst to worst, he walks next year. Worst comes to worst. So that's really the only thing. But it's a much better offensive line than Andrew Luck had coming into his rookie year. That's really the main point of it all. Let's go back to Dominic Bryan. Oh yeah, Cody Mauch, definitely. Catfish and Bass. Cody Mauch to the Buccaneers. Dominic Bryan again. I wish I could have a Brown come to the Eat Rice Cakes, dropping weight 20 pounds this year. Hey, we all love a good journey, man. Congratulations. 20 pounds lost so far. Congratulations. Keep it up. And don't give up. That's the two things right there. Now let's go. I believe this is once again Catfish and Bass. I don't know why. Catfish and Bass just sounds like biscuits and gravy to me. I don't know why. It just gives off a biscuits and gravy type vibe here. All right. There you go. Spread some positivity. Let's go back. Ryan Jones here. Ballard knows we have holes in the roster and we needed to hit the reset button on the team, especially quarterback. Definitely. And what did you do first pick? Got the quarterback. What's y'all's reaction to this? Let's start with you, Jay.
To the reset on the roster?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, we kind of have been in this mode post-Luck and after the 2019 season where we really didn't have an opportunity to truly address the QB position. But 2020, 2021, and 2022, we were all trying to put in these vet QBs as a plug and play and see if we can still compete with the roster that we had around. Now, that roster was really pretty solid, but ultimately those quarterbacks either didn't stick around for various reasons or didn't perform up to the standards that we wanted them to, especially later on in the season. So, yeah, at this point, we're kind of having that slight reset, not where an entire rebuild, but we're getting to this point where, all right, we're not ready to compete yet. We want to kind of reset, get our some of our needs addressed, particularly at quarterback, but also we need to work a little bit on corner, especially with Stephon Gilmore traded out. We need to continue to add more to the offensive line, get some more competition, some more depth. And then on top of that, maybe get some more weapons in for Anthony Richardson, maybe get some more defensive line rotation players who can add to this rotation and have a really, really interesting mix right there. Like, we do have some holes, not many, but enough that we feel okay. We're not quite where we want to be as a team to be that absolute regular playoff team and Super Bowl contender. We got some pieces, but we need to see some development from a lot of these younger guys. So let's take our time and reset expectations and move forward.
Yeah, I think we certainly as a fan base thought we were much closer to success than we were until the last year disabused us all of that notion. And so clearly it's about really, obviously not blowing up the roster, but it's particularly a longer term view. And I suppose success, a definition of success in year one that will probably be less based on wins and losses than it would usually be. Not that it's irrelevant this year, but really what's more relevant is other signs there that years kind of 2-3 of this, the QB head coach pairing go in the right direction. And certainly the picks so far seem to be addressing those holes well. Interesting point on the offense line, like you mentioned a few times about free agency still being there. Does remind me, didn't end up working that well in the end, but back in 2021, we thought left tackle might be one of the top 2 picks then, and then didn't take it, focused on the pass rush, and then got Fisher immediately after the draft. As it happened, Charles Leonard, the other option, would have been the superior option in hindsight, but you never rule out kind of Ballard doing that and said if there isn't a guy they like at a position of need, he may still use free agency to address that.
I was down in town for KC, was beyond happy with the Anthony Richardson pick. You know what? I agree. I'm beyond happy too. This guy, like we've been saying all this past day or so, has that sky-high ceiling that can really turn a franchise around if he hits. So might as well take a shot. We haven't been in a position to take a shot in years. So aim for a home run. If we miss, we miss. 2, 3, 4 years down the line, maybe we take a new quarterback if it doesn't work out with Anthony Richardson. But in the meantime, we know we have something a little bit exciting, something we can look forward to building as the years goes on, rather than just getting these stopgap quarterbacks that we've been constantly shuffling through post Andrew Luck.
Hey guys, real quick, I'm going to step away. Real quick, give me about maybe 5 minutes. Go ahead and continue on. Talk about the draft and what the Colts can do. They're coming up at 79. Still a little bit of ways away, but I'm going to give the floor to you guys here real quick, okay?
All right. We'll see you in a bit, man. All right. So I guess the show has been taken over by yours truly and Seb. You want to go through some of these picks that have gone since the Colts?
Yes. Interesting. I've just seen. I think Cam Smith might have just been taken. Dolphins, which is interesting. They thought they had quite a rock solid kind of secondary as it happened, but clearly not enough for them. But great player. Probably unlikely to have been taken, given the Colts didn't take him the second round. The interesting thing for me, actually, the board at the moment is how many players I would have been happy the Colts taking at 35 are still there. Washington was a big crush, but Hyatt and obviously Torrance as well. There's a few really good players who are still on the board and still sliding, which is encouraging, certainly.
Yeah, there's still, like you said, Osiris Torrance. I know that Michael really, really loves Darnell Washington. He's still around. If that would have been our luxury pick had we taken him there. John Michael Schmidt's still there. Adebawore, I know the Colts really, really like him. The pass rusher out of Northwestern who can play inside-outside. I mean, if we want a wide receiver, Josh Downs. Keely Ringo is still around. Tyler Scott. There's just so much talent still available right now that you got some pretty good, like, round 2 grades on, of course. So I wouldn't rule out a trade up at this point. We got plenty of ammunition to do so, and we have, I know Tyquan Lewis, we also traded up as well to get in the end of round 2 in Ballard's second draft. The very last pick of round 2 there. So in 2018, if he feels like there's a few guys that he absolutely needs to get and we're not going to be in a position to get them at 79, I wouldn't rule out a trade back into the second in this like late 50s, early 60s.
So teams next on the board. So Seahawks are taking Charbonnet, which is slightly odd choice with how well Kenneth Walker seemed to play, but certainly not one that took a target for the Colts. We've got the Bears, Chargers, Lions, Jags, Giants, Cowboys, Bills, Bengals, Bears, Eagles, and Chiefs to close out the second round. So there's a possible contenders. I'm trying to think whether the any teams are particularly starved of draft picks, and they're not the spring to mind. I wouldn't be surprised if the Bengals go tackle there if Jones is still on the board, but we'll see.
They definitely could use an extra tackle. I mean, they need some depth behind their current ones. They could also go safety. There's some options on the board. No one quite at that same caliber as Brian Branch, who did go earlier to, I believe it was the Lions right after us. So, yeah, the Chiefs pick is in right now. We're waiting to see that one come out. The Chargers, they got Tooley, the defensive lineman out of USC. I really, really liked him. But, I mean, hey, Chargers keeping him in L.A.
And apparently the Bears taking Javon Dexter, defensive tackle from Florida. So, again, pass rush, they didn't address as much as we thought they might with, particularly if they hadn't traded down in the first round. But addressing it now, that was a big need for them because they let a lot of good defensive players go last year.
Yeah, especially with Eberflus now in town as their head coach, they definitely need a powerful 3 technique, and Dexter definitely could be that for them. So I like that pick for what they need.
It's an interesting part of the draft where you get a lot of picks where you go, oh, that's a good pick for them, but also very pleased for the Colts, not one who was on their radar or position of kind of priority needs. So every one of those needs that isn't a Colts position, you can feel happy ticking off, however good it was for the other team in question.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Chiefs pick is in, and then it's the Bears back again. Wow, they have picks at 53 and 56. That's very nice for them. They're definitely not a team that we'll be looking to trade up with since they got plenty already. Oh, and they have one at 61 too. Woo! Bears got quite a good amount of mid to late second round picks.
Because I thought the Jags were at 56, but I don't know if there's a trade there for the 61 pick. But
it might have been a trade. Yeah,
we shall see.
Yeah, I think they traded back because, it says the Jags right now are at 61. That's what I'm seeing on my draft tracker.
Fair. We shall see.
Yeah,
trying to work out where the Jags might go as the divisional rivals, whichever spot they're picking at.
Yeah, on the live stream yesterday, I was able to predict 4 out of the 5 draft picks in the first round in the AFC South. The only pick I didn't get was the Jacksonville Jaguars pick once they were on the board. So I guess they're my kryptonite in predicting ability. Yeah, they could go quite a bit different directions. They could go in their secondary. They could use corner. They could use safety. Interior defensive line also makes a lot of sense. They got some great pass rushers on the outside, but they don't really have anyone who can threaten the quarterback in the interior. So they could do that, or they could continue to add offensive line like they did last night. They got Anton Harrison, so they could maybe go interior this draft at 61. So they got a few needs that they could address.
They're in an interesting point in their development where they don't have as much cap space as a team with an elite young quarterback that early in his career would, because they did spend a lot on free agency when they weren't so good. So I do wonder if they'll prioritize the maybe positions like pass rush that would be a expensive contract if they get good, to try and kind of save on that cap space. But
for sure, I mean, they do have Josh Allen already, but they also got Trayvon Walker, who's under contract for 3 more years plus his 5th-year option. But they also got Caleb on Chase on there, but he has not quite lived up to his first-round draft billing. So they might be looking to move on from him at some point. I could see them going for another edge rusher to kind of account for just in case they can't get Josh Allen back. And always good to have more pass rushers, get a rotation going, keep everyone fresh. So I would hate that for our quarterback, but it makes sense. But good news with Anthony Richardson. I don't know if we've touched on this. I know we've talked about how we're a bit worried about how we haven't addressed offensive line quite yet. But if there's one great thing about Anthony Richardson is that he has surprisingly very advanced pocket presence. He was very good at knowing where the pressure was coming from and reacting to that. It was hard to bring down either because of his strength or because of his speed. And because of that, in this entire QB draft class, he had the lowest pressure to sack percentage. So on the times he was pressured, he had the fewest amount of times that were converted into sacks. So that is a very useful skill, especially if we're a little worried at our offensive line at this point.
That's a very relevant point. And alongside that, I suppose slightly similar to Jalen Hurts, but there's compared to, say, a Matt Ryan or Phillip Rivers, having a Richardson with his running ability does maybe take a couple of percentage off the intensity in which the pass rush can really pin their ears back and get to you in case they get embarrassed as they run past you for a big yards, particularly on early downs. So it all helps.
Yeah, we can really use him in a lot of creative ways. I mean, we can open up the RPOs in this offense. We can get kind of more of a mobile pocket where we have designed rollouts to get him out in space. There's a lot of very creative stuff, and especially since he has a backfield mate in Jonathan Taylor, who, in case we forgot, in 2021 was the best running back in the NFL. He was injured last year a little bit, but even despite the injuries, he had over 1,000 total yards in just 10 games. That's very, very impressive in a down year for him when the offensive line was not blocking as well. Like, having that backfield mate for Anthony Richardson is going to be very, very interesting to watch for Shane Steichen to kind of scheme up. And
in fact, a few of the articles kind of in the weeks before the draft did highlight how much they'll help each other, because you won't have quite the same loaded boxes of Taylor that we had in his elite season, particularly with Richardson's deep ball and how much Steichen likes to stretch the field that way. But equally, compared to, say, Lamar Jackson's first few years, you're not going to be relying on Richardson to do actually too many of the designed running snaps, so they're not into defenders. They'll take the load off each other, and I think be used intelligently, hopefully to keep each other healthier and playing well for longer.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's a big thing right there, is we have to make sure both these guys stay healthy. I mean, that is a worry with a mobile quarterback, is can they stay healthy with the added hits that they're going to be taking? I mean, we saw that with RG3 in 2012, phenomenal dynamic player, but then shortly thereafter, injuries started piling up. We saw that with Lamar Jackson the last 2 years. He used to be an MVP candidate in 2019, but he hasn't quite been able to finish his seasons as well as he wants to because of injuries later on. So while we can rely on him in that creative way of using him as a rushing threat, the ultimate determination of whether he's going to be a successful long-term NFL QB is going to be how he develops as a passer, how he develops in reading the defense. He's got a lot of tools in those aspects as well, with that pocket presence and his crazy arm strength to deliver balls into some amazing windows. But ultimately, if he doesn't develop, then he's going to be very limited in his ceiling at the NFL level. But we all know that potential is sky high as he continues to learn how to be a pro NFL quarterback.
And I think we're really seeing the evolution of the mobile quarterback in the last few years. And obviously, Jalen Hurts and the Steichen connection really helps. You're using his running, but you are running him into open space and not into brick walls. And that certainly helps with the longevity. But certainly using his mobility to make the passing game easier and that development easier. And I said, look at, obviously, with Jalen Hurts' development has been so impressive in recent years, the extent where, in the next 4 or 5 years, if he's just not as mobile, if he develops like he does as a passer, he can be a pocket passer. And that's kind of what the trajectory you dream of with Anthony Richardson. And obviously he's so young, he's got so much time to develop. We mentioned Max Duggan and Stetson Bennett in a comment earlier. He can have, by the time he's Stetson Bennett's age, he can have, obviously, probably no longer the benefits of a rookie contract, but, however inexperienced he is now at that age, he'll have potentially a few years as a starter under his belt. So he's got time to develop if he is managed properly.
Absolutely. I mean, as of today, he is still only 20 years old. If he starts week 1 of this season as a rookie, he will be the 5th youngest QB ever to start an NFL game. Like, we can afford to be patient with this guy. Year 1 might not be absolute insanity. He's not going to probably light the world on fire to start off the career. But as 2024, 2025, and 2026 come around, we're going to see that incremental growth and eventually a big explosion potentially of just a phenomenal quarterback. All that has to happen is just he has to learn a little bit, gain more reps, and ultimately grow into the role of a starting NFL quarterback because he is inexperienced. But we as fans have to stay patient. The worst thing you can do with some of these quarterbacks is to lose patience. I know sometimes you have to know when it's time to give up, but we don't want to be like the Tennessee Titans right now, who are giving up on Malik Willis after 3 games. Everyone knew Malik Willis was going to be a project. Everyone knew he was very, very raw coming out. And I think Anthony Richardson is a lot less raw comparatively because Anthony Richardson can do things in the pocket that Malik Willis never could at Liberty. But I digress. Ultimately, we have to stay patient. You can't give this guy only a couple of games and say, oh, he threw 3 interceptions in week 5 of his rookie year. He's a bum. Bench him and draft a QB next year. No, we're not going to be doing that. Stay patient. Give it a year. Give it 2. Maybe even give it 3. And we might see something very special come out. And if we don't, reset. And then we go into the draft maybe around 2026, 2027 in the NFL draft. And guess who might be coming out right around then? A certain nephew of a great QB. Yes, Eli Manning's nephew, Arch Manning.
That's
and he's also the nephew to some guy named Peyton Manning. I don't know if you've heard of him.
Broncos legend,
Oh, yeah. Oh, God. Don't you be saying he's a Broncos legend in this chat. Tear off. Just go after Seb right now for this audacity of calling him a Broncos legend on a Colts channel. How dare you, sir?
Get that engagement going.
Oh, yes. Get in the comments.
But one comment, and this again from Nomadic Brian, about the importance of the TEs, tight ends, proving helpful at the start for Richardson and short passes. I think that's certainly true. And I think tight ends specifically, but the offense generally, I think, as well as the deep ball coming back, I think the one thing will be getting that yak game going because it was very low last year. And I mean, as we saw, it's not a great recipe for success when you have neither a deep ball game or yards after the catch. to limit the passing offense a lot, as we saw last year. But I do think, particularly with those big tight ends, particularly, I mean, we mentioned him a lot. If he did get Darnell Washington, he would very much fit within that. But obviously, Jelani Woods with his pace, and hopefully Ogletree, when he was looking great before his injury in camp last year. If you get, even with Taylor and Pittman, we know how good he is with that. You get those guys behind the big blockers, then that can really make things much easier, particularly if not every pass needs to be a deep ball.
True. And that's one thing that Anthony Richardson did a lot of. He had a very high percentage of his attempts were just deep ball targets. Like, honestly, the Florida system that he ran was either he was chucking it deep or he was throwing bubble screens. There wasn't a whole lot of intermediate throws that he was asked to do. So kind of getting that field reading at times and learning how to throw to some of these other routes is going to be beneficial in the long term. But we can also formulate a system around what he did similar in Florida. And it could be a little bit similar to what we saw with Steichen and the Eagles. He loves those vertical concepts. And like you said, the tight ends could be very, very interesting for the Colts going forward. I mean, if we get Darnell Washington, that would be phenomenal, like you said. But then the ones that we do have, we got Jelani Woods, who is an absolute freak of nature. He was the number one RAS tight end of all time once he was drafted. Unfortunately, he has been eclipsed by Zach Kuntz of Old Dominion in this year's class, but he's still a absolutely insane athlete. And then you get Kylan Granson, much smaller tight end, but very quick, very agile, great yards after the catch guy, and can be a very solid possession tight end for us. Be kind of like that big slot type of guy. And he's improved as a blocker. Let's not discount that as well. We do have Mo Alley-Cox. I know fans have kind of soured on Mo Alley-Cox a little bit after this past season, but previously he has shown to be a very strong blocking tight end. If he can get back to that form, that would be phenomenal to kind of round out this tight end room. Big frame as well, and can be used in the red zone. Might not be the fastest guy or the greatest route runner, since he is a late convert into the game of football from his collegiate basketball career. But ultimately, it's not a very bad tight end room for Anthony Richardson to be stepping into and have to target.
Unfortunately, just checking back on the draft board, it does look like the offensive line run has started with Torrance and JMS going to Torrance to the Bills, and I think the Giants for John Michael Schmitz. Yes, so
it hurts. It hurts. But I wish those two the best, of course. I mean, they were my top interior offensive linemen outside of, like Avila was also like number 3 on my interior offensive lineman big board. But there they go. There's still some talent, though, at interior offensive line. Don't worry. I really like Chandler Zavala out of North Carolina. He really impressed me at the Senior Bowl. He could be a very interesting round 3 target. I absolutely love Andrew Voorhees out of USC. The problem with him, though, is that he had a major injury during the scouting combine, and he's going to be out for the majority of his rookie year, if not all of it. So, you'll have to be patient with him. But when he does play, he's one of the strongest and physically gifted interior offensive linemen in this class, and a very stout pass protector, which I know Colts fans really, really want in the interior. If we're willing to wait on Andrew Voorhees, and since we're being patient overall in our team building anyways, I'd be willing to spend a 3rd rounder or one of our many 4th rounders on a Voorhees. Keep patient and see what we can build long term.
The general sense has been of sadness, I suppose, from the comments at the offensive line run. We've got a stupid ballad by Jay Rena. And Catfish and Bass, I am in hell. So our sympathies to you. He says that Richard and Torrance would have been amazing, and it would have been a sight to see. But it did seem unlikely either of them would be on the board by the 70s. But there you go.
Yep. There is still also, if we want to go center, Luke Weipler from Ohio State is also still available and on the board. So there's still talent. There's also that I'm not even going to attempt to say his name because I know I'm going to butcher it, but the center who won the Remington Award out of Michigan. Very, very interesting prospect for the Colts to go if we want a long-term guy post Ryan Kelly. Like, we still got options. Are they going to be as highly ranked as those other ones? No. But doesn't mean that they won't turn into some quality potential starting caliber offensive linemen if the Colts select them. Mm-hmm. And there might still be a few free agents out there who we could pursue. We have $20 million in cap space right now. There are options to address other needs beyond the draft. Keep calm and carry on, Colts fans. Little shout out to Seb.
I wouldn't rule out one of those, maybe that fourth or one of the fifth round picks potentially being used in a trade to get an existing be a depth guard from another team. I don't know who would spring to mind, but that's always possible. But it does look like there'll be some kind of free agency involved, maybe with that right guard starter, but then depth on the line beyond that. But even amongst someone who really wanted Torrance, I think it's hard to argue with cornerback being a legitimate choice need for round 2 as well. So they're both clear needs. So it makes sense.
Yeah. So,
how you guys doing?
We're doing great. How about yourself, Michael?
Doing good. Had to take care of a little something. Some had to do something and prep for, something that could be happening later tonight. Just had to prep for it a little bit. Had to step away and work on something here. But we had some comments rolling in. Let's go ahead and have some. And thank you to everybody who is tuning in, by the way, wherever you're tuning in from, whether if it's YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, we're out there. Thank you. Wherever you're listening, please make sure to give this a thumbs up, like this, comment down below. Who do you want at the number 7 pick? And let us know your thoughts on Anthony Richardson and the newest Colt, Julius Brents from Kansas State. Let's go ahead and roll through, finding my mouse here. Let's go ahead and roll through some of the comments here. As I was away, of course, I got to check up on all of the picks that have happened. John Michael Smits to New York. Rashee Rice, a really nice receiver, going to Kansas City like they need anymore. Osiris Torrance, fortunately, going to Buffalo. That's a good pick. DJ Turner from forget that fool. Didn't even know what conference TCU was in, but now he knows now because they put that foot up his ass. Let's go to this one now. I think we should have traded up for CJ Stroud. Now we have to play against him rather than with him. Hey, you could look at it as he has to play against Anthony Richardson. So that's another way. And I get it. We all love CJ Stroud, right? He's a great player. He's a great leader. We all get it. But in terms of just projection, who do you trust more, Shane Steichen or D'Amico Ryans? Which one do you trust more? Right? So, hey, I think our team is a little bit more further along than Houston. So I'll buy that as well. Let's go back to Catfish and Bass here. And thank you again for Ryan Jones on that last comment regarding CJ Stroud. My name's Catfish and Bass because that's all we catch out here. Hey, I respect it. You got to do what you got to do, Catfish and Bass. You got to do what you got to do. All right. Even though I'm not the biggest fisher, I have, thought about looking into it. Maybe you can give me some pointers because apparently there's differences in rods and bait and I don't know. I mean, you could tell I'm not a fisherman. Let's go here. Let's go Dominic Bryan again. All right. Not only did we finally get a future quarterback, but took a chance on a guy with a higher ceiling, commitment to the long haul over the patching. There you go. You're over the patching, and what they mean by that. What Brian means by that, over the patching, basically means the patches that the Colts have done lately. The Carson Wentz's, the Jacoby Brissett's, the Phillip Rivers, the Matt Ryans. I mean, I think Jacoby Brissett worked out a little bit. The injury caught up to him. The injuries to his receivers was bad. And then you look at Matt Ryan, age just caught up to him. Phillip Rivers excelled in this offense. He excelled at it. And it's sort of awesome that he retired on a high note, right, Seb?
Yeah, he was good. And I think it's almost easy to forget how arguably the Colts should have beaten the Bills in that playoff game and could very easily have gone deeper. And he was a great example of clearly someone who's, great in his prime, and physical skills had clearly declined by that point, but his mental side of the game was so strong that he got absolutely maximum out of the gifts he still had. And that was an encouraging team. We thought that was the step to taking the next level with the Colts. Unfortunately, we've taken steps back since, but hopefully that's changing this year.
Yeah, for sure. Let's go ahead and move on here. We got Kenneth Kidd. Shout out to Kenneth Kidd. Thank you for dropping a comment down below. Can't wait for Alex to step up his wide receiver production this year. Man, you and me both. And not even just thinking about Michael Pittman and Alec Pierce. This is a guy that's always been a little bit of a wild card. What about Ashton Doolin? Right? What about Ashton Doolin? I mean, he's your gunner, right? He's not going to step into your wide receiver 3 or anything, but he's got speed and he can go downfield. He can really run with the best of them. So that's another guy I can anticipate. But Alec Pierce, on that note, one thing he did really well with Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan really set him up for those deep balls, those jump balls, and you saw that he was able to excel at that. Now, what can he do on his in-breaking routes, on his footwork? Remember, his footwork was possibly the best footwork in last year's wide receiver draft class. At the line of scrimmage, he just got open with his fundamentals, his technique. It was just so good. Alec Pierce is in for a pretty promising second year. Houston Texans are selecting right now. Let's see here.
They go Juice.
See here. Come on. Hurry up. All right, Juice Scruggs. All right, Penn State. There you go. All right. Now let's go to trying to make sure I don't get these names right, y'all. Naslam. I'm just going to stick with Naslam for right now. I don't want to be disrespectful and mispronounce the name. Sorry. But let's go here. Folks don't realize how folks don't realize how young the Colts really are. The average age is 26. Buckner and Kelly are the only guys at the 30 range, and they're both great pieces. Buckner is a great piece. I would probably push back on Kelly just for obvious reasons. He struggled the last couple years, but we've seen him play at a Pro Bowl level. Can he get back to that? I think so. I think he can. Is it likely? Probably not, but there's always a but. Let's root for him, man. He's here. Let's root for him. Let's hope for the best. And again, we're not expecting this to be some contending year, right? We're not expecting that. I'm expecting to go 0 for 2 with the Jaguars, maybe split with the Titans, probably split or win that against the Texans. Just hamper our expectations a little bit. But hey, this is a young squad. And they got to get experience. Some guys got to get healthy. Nelson, Kelly, Leonard. Some of these guys got to get healthy. So that is a good comment here. Trying to get the names again. Sorry, guys. And don't be judging me about how close I'm getting to the screen, all right? Yes, I got to get close to the screen. Ancient Atomic Immorality. Man, y'all got some real names going on here, man. This is entertaining now. We needed a corner bad. With only having Rodgers and Moore, Brent can play zone and man, runs and a 4.5 on the 40, I believe, has 34-inch arms and is 6'3". Again, I'll quote it again because I've said it. Marvin Mims is off the board, wide receiver to the Denver Broncos. If the Colts were
round 2.
Right. That wraps up round 2. Colts are coming up here. They're still got a few picks ahead of them. So round 3, this is going to get juicy. Are they looking to trade up here? It's going to get juicy. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, man. Okay, we'll see. So with Julius Brents, again, I got to see him in Arlington at the Big 12 championship game. This guy was just all over the field. He was handsy with the receivers, forced a couple completions, had great coverage on a jump throw to Quentin Johnston. Wasn't the greatest placement from Max Duggan on the throw, but Brents was in position to make a play. Remember, all you can do is handle your job, and if the quarterback doesn't put the ball where it needs to be, so what? You got the interception. That's all it can be, right? So, yes, Julius Brents, I am excited about this, man. He's a dog, and that's what you need. Teaming him up with guys like Julian Blackmon, Rodney Thomas the second, Shaquille Leonard, EJ Speed, Kwity Paye. Man, we got to get more dogs in here. We like it. We like it. Here comes Catfish and Bass again. You know what? Pronouncing this name over and over makes me hungry for some fried catfish. I'm not going to lie. All right. If I keep seeing this name over and over, man, I might have to go to Cracker Barrel or something. Let's go here. I love the Colts hat. Who had a Colts hat?
Me.
Oh, okay. There we go. Show it off. There you go. Hey, it's good. And Seb's got the hoodie. Hey, I'm repping my alma mater, Belton Tigers, okay? Even got another one here by me. Obviously, got to rep I think I have another one here around here somewhere. I don't think it's on the floor. I don't know why I'm looking there. But anyways, y'all got a snack? I got some Fruit Loops, you know, the snack kind of Fruit Loops, not the actual cereal. And these are actually pretty good.
Yeah, I've been having some popcorn a little bit.
Popcorn.
Yeah.
Popcorn. I like popcorn.
It's a show. Might as well have some popcorn with it.
There you go. Real quick, because we've been talking. Refreshing.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go here. Dominic Bryan again. All right. Torrance still there. Hello, Chris. It's Brian. Hello. Hell, he won't pick up. Hey, man. I would imagine the phones are off to outside calls other than the NFL, unfortunately. Osias Torrance is off the board. I imagine now we're getting to these comments a little bit later because I stepped away, but I want to see if he has a reaction to Torrance going to the Bills, right? I imagine he has a reaction coming here soon. Chargers just got a guy with a fun tongue twister name. I don't even know what that means. I really don't.
It was Thule.
Oh, a tongue twister, a fun tongue twister. Okay.
Yeah.
Was it the guy from USC?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've given up on his last name. I just call him Thule and move on.
Right. Don't butcher it any longer. Just keep a abbreviation for it and then keep it pushing, right? Here we go with Dominic Bryan again. Jags coming up soon. Boo! Boo that man! Yes, boo them. For some reason, we can't win in Jacksonville. So, yes, always boo the Jacksonville Jaguars. Catfish and Batman. If I see this name one more time, I'm ordering Cracker Barrel, man.
You're probably going to get some.
Can't be doing that. Can't be doing it. Here we go again. If Osiris falls to us at number 79 and Ballard picks him, I will immediately walk back all of my comments about him. Judging by the pick, I suppose you're not walking back anything instead of walking forward some other ones that you may have. So I'm interested to see that. Brian's back up again. At Carlos Terrazas. Wow, that would be awesome. Hey, he had my brother for. I must have missed it. Oh, well, let's go back to Brian again. Sorry, that was for Catfish. Oh, okay. So
I thought for a second it was the Duggan and Bennett take we had a while ago, and that would have been a surprising, approving comment.
Oh, hold on. My darling is messaging me about a grocery list. Hold on.
Hey, that's priority right there. You know,
yes.
You got to get the groceries taken care of.
We're moving in our house in the next month or so we can't really be packing our fridge with stuff. We're just getting the essentials.
Mm-hmm. Smart. But yeah, Michael, you missed it. We did talk a little bit about if Anthony Richardson, like you're getting to the comments right here, if Anthony Richardson, heaven forbid, busts in like 3-4 years from now, and the Colts are back where we started, picking high again, we had a little tongue-in-cheek moment saying, guess who is coming out in the draft right around then? The nephew of a great QB, the nephew of Eli Manning. And then Seb went also Broncos legend, Peyton Manning, and had some comments in the comment section that they were a little upset. And I, to be fair, I did tell them, get in the comments. So just for context, when you're like, wait, Broncos legend? When you get to that catfish and bass comment right there.
Mea culpa. I think maybe the time for me to leave in shame, because it's past 2:00 now in the UK. So
yeah.
Hey, thanks for staying with us, man. What are you drinking to stay up?
Nothing really. Just had some Pepsi, but that was it. But,
The Pepsi. Hey, y'all got Pepsi over there?
of course, we've got Pepsi.
It's a
here.
global company, man. Of course they got
Oh,
Pepsi.
global. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay.
But I'll look forward to see you taking them through us all through the third round and whatever surprises it may bring.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to Brian here. All right. Richardson has phantom skills, which should help. Hopefully, by the time he gets out there, the O-line is solid. Looks like we may have lost Seb. Maybe battery died on the laptop. We'll see. He'll be coming back. He has the link to come back. Let's go back to Brian again. All right. I think our tight ends will prove very helpful at the start for Richardson. I anticipate a lot of short passes initially until he levels up the long passes. When it comes to the tight ends, I've mentioned the tight ends a little bit, right? I've mentioned them a little bit. Jelani Woods, you like the upside. You don't know if Granson has a spot on this team. You really don't. I think that's a legit question. Ogletree, part of the Frank Reich era, is Steichen enamored with him? Does he want to, add more to this team? And if I serve correctly, Darnell Washington is still on the board, so maybe you could look at him at 79.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Darnell Washington is still available as we head into round 3.
Honestly, that's the shocker of the draft for me. That's the shocker. How is this dude? Is he dealing with an injury? I don't think so. He was healthy going in. Well, he was a little injured in the Ohio State game. He was questionable going into TCU. That obviously didn't stop him pancaking everybody on our freaking defense. So I'm not sure if there's something lingering to that. What is up with that? Why is Darnell Washington still on the board? If he's there at 79, come on, man. Let's make the pick. Please, come on. Let's go ahead and move on in the comments here. Let's keep it going, keep it fresh. I'm not even gonna say this name because y'all know who it is. Hasn't played well ever since his family tragedy. It's not his fault, and it's incredibly sad what happened, but still, it's time to move off of him. Not gonna acknowledge the first part. Obviously, our prayers are always with people that go through stuff, tragedies like that. The problem started even before some of that, unfortunately. The drop-off was seen, and for some reason, man, Kelly's been on a decline, and usually you don't see offensive linemen go on declines that early. Usually you see it like around 34 years old. It started when he was like, 28, 29? So, unfortunately, I was a fan of cutting ties with Kelly this offseason. Chris Ballard thinks he's an incredible Colt. You can't move off of him. So, hey, this is, again, and look, there's no shame in bringing back Ryan Kelly. You're not competing this year, so that money is not too valuable. You're not missing out on something, right? You're not going anywhere this season. So I don't mind if you're trying to put the best pieces around Richardson as possible to see what you got, to see what you can learn and grow into year 2. So I don't mind all of that. Let's go back here to Nasla. All right, I like the Hyatt kid from Tennessee. And correct me if I'm wrong, Jalen Hyatt is still on the board, right?
Yeah, let me check real quick.
I believe so.
He is, yeah.
Yep.
Jalen Hyatt's still there. Josh Downs, Tyler Scott. Some good wide receivers still on the board. Cedric Tillman.
Yep. Hey, man, it's going to be interesting to see. Cedric Tillman's another nice one. Trey Tucker from Cincinnati is another nice one. You know, Trey Tucker and Tyler Scott kind of fit that mold of what the Colts are looking for. Both are speedsters, both are burners, and I was about to say boomers. Both are burners, so they're kind of the same guys that you're looking for. Trey Tucker a little bit more shiftier with his feet at the line of scrimmage, and obviously, if you haven't already, we have those interviews we had with Trey Tucker and Tyler Scott both talking about what would it mean to be a Colt teaming back up with their former teammate Alec Pierce. Go check that out, especially if that happens to happen at number 79 or if the Colts trade up. So let's go ahead and keep on going in the comments here. This one right here is from Dominic Bryan. Pittman is very good at recovering in his mute and awareness to open up a target to save the quarterback. Richardson will like that. Yeah, definitely. The quarterback, Michael Pittman, unfortunately, has unfortunately gone through the same quarterback blunder that all of us have seen, and he has still produced 2 back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons. That is incredible, if you ask me. For people who have the worries and the questions, if he's a wide receiver 1, he keeps going through quarterback controversies, and he keeps producing 1,000-yard seasons. Your response, Lucas?
I absolutely agree that Michael Pittman Jr. is a wide receiver 1. He might not be one of the top 15 wide receivers out there in the NFL, but he is a very well-rounded wide receiver. He can get open on a variety of different routes. He's a great contested catch guy. He has really strong yards after the catch profile, despite him maybe not being the most physically gifted wide receiver out there or like the smallest and shiftiest guy. But he is a very good overall wide receiver. It's just victim of circumstance with these quarterbacks. Like his rookie year, he had Phillip Rivers, but he was still kind of developing and he was still a little bit behind on the depth chart at wide receiver. He had his best year with Carson Wentz as his quarterback, who was very inconsistent at times, especially on the deep ball. And then, of course, Matt Ryan last year, Nick Foles, Sam Ehlinger. Not a great cast of quarterbacks, at least with the version of Matt Ryan that we saw this past season. So yeah, Michael Pittman Jr., I believe he deserves more of his props in the NFL. And if he's given an adequate quarterback, he can go very, very well in 2023, 2024. I'd want to re-sign him. I think he's going to be our wide receiver 1 for quite a bit more. And I'm excited with what Alec Pierce as well can do with Anthony Richardson as well. I think these wide receivers are kind of slept on right now for the Colts. We could add to the depth chart for sure, but don't be surprised if these guys have some big breakout years coming up.
Yeah. Okay, so we're in the 3rd round. Broncos are on the clock. They're at 67. The Colts pick is coming up at 79. I'm going to let the board fall a little bit more before I start mentioning the names that are left, because there are some really good names that are still on the board right now, man. Still really good names. So I want to hold off and let the board continue to fall. In the meantime, let's continue to go through these comments right here, man. We got plenty of them. Let's go here. Catfish and Bass again. Here we go. Give a quarterback 3 seasons, no matter how they play. I can understand it. If anything, a rookie quarterback. And I assume that's what Catfish and Bass means, a rookie quarterback. Because you're obviously not going to sign a 30-year-old and say, okay, let's come in for 3 years. I assume you mean a rookie quarterback. So, yes, don't be like the Titans. Draft somebody and don't even give them a shot to start. Remember, the Titans were in a do-or-die game with the Jaguars. And guess what? They didn't go to the guy who's been practicing the scheme for 6-7 months. They took a guy off the street, gave him a playbook for 4 days and said, hey, let's go win. So that alone already told us what we should have known about how they feel about Malik Willis. And then same thing with Zach Wilson. Guy had 2 years. 2 years. I'm not going to say, look, I understand if you have a chance to get a guy like Aaron Rodgers, you go get him with the talent that you have. But let's not sit here and pretend that Robert Saleh is some magician. Okay, he was a nice pick of a coach, still growing. But that's some of the questions you have when you get a defensive head coach. Is he connected with today's offensive game plan? Is he connected? And that's a question because, yeah, Zach Wilson is also not playing well and up to standards as a number 2 overall pick. I mean, you're not really setting him up to succeed either. So they already moved off him after 2 seasons. I agree. Give him 3 seasons. And then you start the true evaluation, the 5th-year option. Do you pick it up? And that's what the Colts are going to be doing with Anthony Richardson. Let's go back to Naslim. Let's go. Colts have huge targets with great catch radius. What they need is a speedster to take the top off. That's why I like Hyatt. Definitely. I don't know if Hyatt fits the build for that, though. I get it. He played well at Tennessee, but Tennessee also ran a really good scheme. They ran a good scheme that with the concepts would get your wide receiver open alone. Kind of like what a Frank Reich would do. I mean, the fact that Paris Campbell and Alec Pierce were open this season was because of Frank Reich and his play calling and his concepts. That's the reason. So we can't just sit here and pretend, like this is just not any of that. No, we gotta. I think Hyatt doesn't fit the build there. I don't think. For the guy that takes the top off of a defense, I'm not sure if he's your guy. What are your thoughts on this comment right here, Jay?
Honestly, I do really like Jalen Hyatt for that role. I know the Tennessee scheme was very, very friendly to the wide receivers, but at the same time, Jalen Hyatt ran a very high amount of his routes in deeper route concepts. I know sometimes they were kind of like rub routes that kind of helped free him up, but he's definitely got some really good deep speed. He might not have quite the same level of release packages that Alec Pierce had coming out where he could really just stack cornerbacks immediately, but Jalen Hyatt definitely has the speed to be a deep ball guy. I just have some questions in terms of his overall route tree if we're going to expand that going forward. But for a vertical system like we're running, I'm down for a Jalen Hyatt. Like, I think he's one of my top receivers on the board right now for the Colts. There's still a few others out there. I know, of course, Josh Downs, but he's more of a yards after the catch kind of guy. Very interesting. I know you love the guys out of Cincy, Tyler Scott and Trey. I really like Andre Iosivas from Princeton. He'd be really fun. There's also Cedric Tillman, his Jalen Hyatt's fellow running mate at Tennessee. Tank Dell. I mean, there's some talent out there. The only question is, where will we take a wide receiver if we choose to do so? I could see it being in like around round 4, round 5 at the latest, but coming up at 79, it could be that one right there.
Yeah, the Lions look like they're going to draft Hendon Hooker, I believe, from Tennessee. So, hey, you get your young quarterback to get healthy behind Jared Goff. So I'm not mad at it. It looks like they're going to go there.
You remember when people were saying that he was going to be the 3rd quarterback off the board?
Dude, I was never a believer of that.
I was not buying that at all. I was like, he's going in round 2 at best, in my opinion. Like,
yeah,
he's already a round 2 prospect before the injury, and the injury doesn't help your case, you know? So I was thinking he was going maybe in like the top 50, depending on which team still wanted a quarterback at that range. But I wasn't going to be shocked if he went round 3, and turns out that's where he goes. So best of luck to Hendon Hooker, though, and his development long term. Michael, what do you got to say?
So I'm texting here, and so I just got word that there's just something, I haven't been told specifically what. There's something that's holding teams back from selecting Darnell Washington.
Ooh.
If I had to guess, maybe it's an injury. I don't think it's anything to do with character issues or anything. I don't think it's anything character. The guy's a stand-up guy. It's got to be something related to injury, right? It has to be. Because, I mean, Jalen Carter had all of these issues, and he still went in the top 10.
Mm-hmm.
And Darnell Washington can't go in the top 60? It's got to be an injury. It has to be.
Yeah.
That is still, I mean.
Reminds me of what happened with the Nakobe Dean last draft.
I'm trying to follow up and see if I can get a specific answer, but that's
apparently
I've been told.
is saying that he does have some that some teams do have concerns over his medical.
Really?
Yeah, according to Albert Breer.
How long ago did he tweet that?
He said that like 37 minutes ago.
Really?
Yeah, Albert Breer with 5 tight ends now gone.
Wow.
So
that's unfortunate, man. Somebody's got to take a chance on him at somebody. I mean, man, if he's there in the 4th round, dude, that would be such good value.
I would be very interested in him being at the 4th round one. Though I do have one question for you that I want to like circle back to. You said like you're questioning what Kylan Granson will make the roster. Are you saying that you believe in Mo Alley Cox staying on the roster instead of Kylan Granson?
No, but you do need some type of a blocking tight end. And Kylan Granson's not a blocking tight end.
He got better this year for sure, but it's still not something you'd say he's proficient in. I agree.
Yeah, for sure. I think Mo Alley Cox is, even if let's just say for the sake of argument, if you do take Washington, I think Mo Alley Cox is on the brink of being off the roster when it comes to cut down day, because you already got Pharoah Brown, who is your blocking tight end, who would be your blocking tight end then, and then you got 2 receiving tight ends in Jelani Woods and Darnell Washington. Who knows what's up with Andrew Ogletree? So, you know, he's coming into a training camp where, you know, his tight end coach is gone, so he can't vouch for him there. Head coach is gone. Offensive coordinator is gone. You know, that whole entire offensive side of the ball, except for Reggie Wayne, is gone. So we'll see.
I will say for Mo Alley Cox's benefit, the new tight end coach, he's a returning one. He used to be the Colts tight end coach back in 2018 when Mo Alley Cox was starting out.
Mm-hmm.
Does have connections to the Colts staff even since then. But when he moved on back to the pros at Iowa State, he was constantly turning on Mo Alley Cox tape to show the Iowa State tight ends and offenses on how tight ends should be playing, especially in blocking. So I feel like tight end coach Tom Manning is a bigger fan of Mo Alley Cox than we realize, and I don't know. That's why I've been kind of doubtful on the Colts taking a tight end like early on in this draft, even though I love Darnell Washington too, don't get me wrong. But if their tight end coach is absolutely in love with Mo Alley Cox, I think he's sticking around longer than what you might like.
I think the Texans just traded up to 69.
Nice.
They traded with the Rams. The Rams get 73 and 151. Houston gets 69. So I wonder who they're trading up for. Man, what if it is Darnell Washington here? Oh my gosh, freaking Houston. Let's go ahead and keep rolling through the comments here. We don't talk about that part of his career yet, referring to Manning in Denver. So let's go here. All right. Let's go. Oh my gosh. There we go. All right. From Brian. And the guy that was injured was showing good signs, could make an impact. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Jay Arena. Stupid Ballard. What?
That's right when the offensive linemen were going off the board. You're right. Where they're like, darn it, we didn't take Ballard or any of Torrance or John Michael Schmitz. And
I'm not tripping right now.
Yeah.
I'm not too worried because, again, you're not competing this year. So if there's a hole or two, I don't sweat about it, because I know we're not. We all should come to the conclusion right now. Have low expectations. If they still have a hole at right guard, so be it. You can fill it next year. You got some money coming off the books, so go fill it next year. You could possibly have a top 15 pick. Go get a lineman then, or maybe make a move for Brock Bowers or Marvin Harrison Jr. Who knows?
Ooh,
Let's see here.
We just got the Texans pick. They traded up for Tank Dell, wide receiver, Houston.
Okay. Hey, that's a solid pick. That's solid. Not bad, not bad. When you said Bell for a second, I thought Ronnie Bell. I'm like, in the third? Okay.
No, it's Tank Dell. I should
All right.
pronunciate it better.
Let's go back to Dominic Bryan here. Oh, gone. Okay. I am in hell. Oh my God. Y'all are so dramatic. Y'all know that? Okay. Anthony Richardson plus Osiris Torrance would be amazing. Oh man.
Yep. Congrats to the Bills.
Congrats to the Bills. Hey, Reno. Yep. But Ballard and Irsay heard. Ballard and Irsay are playing Angry Birds in the bathroom. Golly.
Hey, it's a great game. Phenomenal on the mobile.
Look, man, I mean, can they at least have some time to make some things happen, you know?
Yeah, Michael, you're going to want to tune into who's coming off the board right now.
Okay. Raiders pick is in. Let me turn it up right here.
And so I'm here representing the great and late Willie Brown.
Okay.
One of our great players, Hall of Famer. And Willie's tradition was to always remind all of you, each and every person out there and those watching on TV, to remember what's coming up in the next week or so. Mother's Day is coming up.
Hey!
Great pride in encouraging all National Football League
Wait, Michael.
And all our
All right,
television.
it's the next pick, not this one. My bad.
Remember your mom.
The next one for the Saints.
With the 70th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Byron Young, defensive tackle.
You said pay attention to the next pick to the Saints?
Next one to the Saints. My bad. I just misread that one. But
okay.
Yeah, keep your eye on that because I think you're going to have a reaction. You're going to have a reaction. Will it be good? Will it be bad? I'm not going to spoil whether it will be, but a reaction is coming.
What position does he play?
The guy who's coming for the Saints?
Yeah.
It's a running back.
Okay. Running back. Ooh, are they going Deuce Vaughn here?
What?
Deuce Vaughn would be a nice little get for them.
It would be.
All right, come on. Mm-hmm. And they're going to the Saints?
Yep, immediately.
Pick is in. Running back. I know the Saints really, really liked Kendre Miller. I know they liked Zach Evans. Let's see here.
Evans or Miller?
The New Orleans Saints select Kendre Miller.
Let's go! Let's go! Woo! Let's go, Kendre! Let's go! Let's go, baby!
I told you to have a reaction.
Let's go, baby! Dude, New Orleans is such a good spot for him.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, put that motherfucking shoulder in their neck, bro. Get that. Pound it. Let's get it. Cut up field. Don't go down. Stiff arm. Let's get it. Third round pick, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, I have a 5th round grade on. Man, fuck your 5th round pick.
There is a TCU player every single round now in this draft so far.
Let's get it.
Rounds. Well done.
Let's get it, baby. Go ahead and put this on mute. That's freaking awesome right there. Man, I know the Saints have loved him, man. He went on his visit there. They really spoke to him a lot at the pro day. He didn't really do much at the pro day, but they talked to him a lot. The scouting at the combine, the interview went so well. My brother's going to be happy because he's a Saints fan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sure he's going to be in the comments going really hype on this one. But yeah, good job for Kendre.
That's freaking awesome, man.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get it.
71st overall.
Dude, it kind of felt like New Orleans would be because, man, dude, I'm telling you, man, they loved him.
Makes
He
sense.
got the most feedback in the draft process was from the Saints. So, man, man, that's freaking awesome. That is awesome. Let's go. Man, and I even mentioned Kendre Miller before it was announced.
Yeah, I was like, all right, is it Kendre or is it Zach Evans? Which one are you going to be? And you're like, you're feeling Kendre?
Yeah, Kendre, that's freaking awesome, man. That is
Nice.
awesome. Let's get it. All right, let's keep going through the comments here. Still some what? Pearls in the oysters? I'm not
He was
entirely
talking
sure.
about, I think we were talking about like fishing at that point.
Okay. Catfish and bass again. My local bar is going to have to call me taxi. Okay. And I'm like, Brian, we will play against Stroud and Levis fun times. They will play against Anthony Richardson is another way to look at it, right?
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Man.
All right, we got the Cardinals on the clock, then the Giants, and then, of course, we get the Browns, the Falcons, the Patriots, the Rams, the Packers, and finally, after waiting since pick 44, 79 is here, and the Colts are picking. So we got, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 picks left. Do you want to be getting into some of these best players available right now?
Yeah. I'm just making a quick tweet about Kendre.
Yeah, go for it. Absolutely. But yeah, some surprise guys who are still here right now. Like we said earlier, Darnell Washington, though for some reason there's some medical red flag that has got some teams scared of him. So something to monitor going forward. He'd be a very interesting selection if we're willing to overlook that medical red flag. Not a need position, but there's definitely a talent right there. I know the Colts really, really like Adebawore out of Northwestern. If we want to add to that rotation as an inside-out defensive lineman, an athletic freak, he could be the pick right here if he falls at 79. There's Josh Downs, there's Jalen Hyatt, there's Tyler Scott, Cedric Tillman, all available at wide receiver. We could double dip at corner. Keely Ringo is still on the board.
Yes, Keely Ringo is still on the board. Let's see.
And also Darius Rush is on the board too. That is one of my guys right there. You did mention, or no, Landon mentioned previously, they might really like Corey Trice out of Purdue as a really good press corner. Like, we could double dip right there. Ooh, Cardinals take a corner. It's Garrett Williams, cornerback.
Garrett Williams over Keely Ringo?
Yep.
Well, there are some questions about Ringo possibly having to play safety instead of corner. And so maybe the way teams would do it is how would he stack up against other safeties? So
interesting.
That's another way to look at it. Let's continue going through the comments here. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks ahead of the Colts. Let's go. Biggest shock of the draft is still the Lions taking a running back at 12. Yeah. Bro, I am still shocked they went with Jahmyr Gibbs.
The draft in round 1. Absolutely.
Bro, they went with Jahmyr Gibbs.
Like, I love Jahmyr Gibbs as a prospect, but at 12?
At 12!
Could have gotten him at 18. You still had another first-round pick. Like, I like
Why would you need to take him at 18? Didn't you still have an early second-round pick?
They did, too.
Look.
You could have gotten a lot better value early on and still gotten Jahmyr Gibbs early in round 2.
Dude, that is just insane, man. I still don't get that.
Third pick in the second round, and that they spent on Sam Laporta.
Oh, yeah, look, there's my brother goes with Kendre Miller for the Saints.
Nice.
He's a big Saints fan. Man, y'all are getting a dog, dude. Jalen Hyatt to the Giants. He's off the board.
Well,
Actually, that's actually good. They need outside receiver bad.
for sure.
Man, I love that pick for freaking Kendre to the Saints, dude.
Mhm.
Again, I mean, that's all I was being told. Like, because when I would just be curious and check in with them, like, oh man, I'm hearing the most from the Saints. I'm hearing the most from, Quentin heard from many people, but for Kendre, it was always the Saints, man. The Saints, the Giants, man, that is a good pick. Culture-wise, it's a perfect pick. Goes up. Kamara, there's questions there, but this is a dude that just does not go down. This is a dude that he just doesn't go down. He'll put a shoulder in you and put you on your ass, man. That is, oh my gosh, I love that. I love that pick for New Orleans. I'm not gonna lie. I love the pick in general. Through everything, I will be a Colts fan, even if Richardson turns out to be a bust. Hey,
There you go.
There's always a chance, but hey, let's indulge in the happiness right now, right? Let's indulge in that. So, all right. So right now, Clark Phillips III is still on the board. Keely Ringo is still on the board. Rush is still on the board. Darnell Washington is still on the board. Tyler Scott is still on the board. The Colts are sitting in a good spot. I don't think you trade back here. I think you take your best player that you have on your board. Man, I'm still curious what the Browns could do. They could possibly use a receiver. No, they're actually going wider. Oh, yeah. Wide receiver Cedric Tillman.
Ooh, this could be a run on wide receivers coming up.
Hopefully not. You already went two straight receivers. So the Browns are going to go Cedric Tillman.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's where the Colts have to think. The run on wide receivers. You got 2/4. You got 4/5. Do you trade up?
Mm-hmm.
Do they value a wide receiver here?
Yeah, both the Tennessee guys go almost back-to-back, I think.
That's cool.
Yeah, good for them.
Good for Tennessee fans.
But, yeah, right now, the best receivers on the board, I mean, you got Downs, you got Tyler Scott, Andre Iosivas from Princeton, Trey Palmer, Trey Tucker, Parker Washington.
Trey Palmer's another nice one. That's another nice one.
Mm-hmm. Is Michael Wilson still around?
I think so.
Yeah, he'd be interesting. He's had some injury concerns over his career, but man, he is really, really interesting. Especially, he had a great Senior Bowl. But yeah, there's still some wide receiver talent that's gonna be there at 79, even if there's like a wide receiver right before us. But
the Falcons are looking to be taking Zach Harrison at Ohio State.
Oh damn! I really wanted Zach Harrison. I mocked him to the Colts in round 3 in my first mock. I really, really liked him. Well, there's still Adebawore, who I didn't expect to be here so far. That's also surprising. If I wanted a defensive lineman right now, Adebawore is my guy. If he's available to the Colts once we get to 79.
You know what? You know who else is also on the board?
Who?
DeJuan Jones.
DeJuan Jones.
That's a name we forgot.
Would we then move? Would we move Braden Smith inside so DeJuan Jones could be a right tackle, or would he have DeJuan Jones more so as depth?
Nah, Braden Smith is getting paid right tackle money. You keep him at tackle.
Yeah.
I don't like the idea of paying $200 million at both your guard spots.
But at the same time, you want to get your best 5 offensive linemen on the field, you know?
Yeah.
So there's wisdom for both approaches.
Yeah. I love the fact that Kendre Miller, I'm still on this, by the way. I love the fact that he went above Deuce Vaughn, Zach Evans, Roshan Johnson, man. I love it. I'm still wondering, is there somebody willing to take a chance on Darnell Washington.
Someone might take a chance here in round 3. I mean, but I don't know. It's hard to really evaluate because we don't know what the medical red flags are and how serious they are. I mean,
Yeah.
if it is really, really serious, which it sounds like it is enough for him to be falling this far, like we could see him end up being a day 3 pick, which, damn, that would be crazy. But if he's there with one of our many round 4 picks, I'd take a swing on him. For sure. All right. So we're getting closer and closer. So who would you want the Colts to go with at 79, Michael?
Personally, I'd like to see Tyler Scott.
Tyler Scott?
Yeah.
That would be a very, very good deep threat for us, and reunite him with Alec Pierce.
Yeah. Real quick. I'm going to go mute real quick just to figure something out real quick.
Yeah, go for it, man. Take care of whatever you need to. All right, so I guess I'm just manning the fort right here for right now. Yeah, the draft is still going on. Cedric Tillman and Jalen Hyatt went back-to-back to the Browns and the Giants, so great news for Tennessee fans. Falcons are right now on the board, and we have 4 picks until the Colts. We're getting closer and closer. Let me know in the comments what you guys want to see. Do you want an interior offensive lineman? I know a lot of you guys were disappointed that, Osiris Torrance and John Michael Schmidt went off the board and we weren't there to pick them after we got Julius Brents. But, hey, there's still some talent there. We could go for Zavala. We could go for Voorhees. Weipler if you want a center. We could go offensive lineman at other positions like DeJuan Jones. So, hey, that's an option. Or do you want to see more of a wide receiver threat? I know Michael, he really wants to see a Tyler Scott. That's his pick for the Colts right now, especially with the run on wide receivers that we're seeing recently. That would be interesting. There's plenty of other wide receivers still on the board too. So let me know if there's any of them that you want. Could you see the Colts double dipping at corner? Because, hey, we have 3 corners we like right now. We got Brents, we got Rodgers, and we got Kenny Moore at the nickel. But we still need more, especially in this modern NFL where injuries can happen to anyone, and we have 3 cornerback sets more and more common. You still need a good 4th corner that you want to be able to rely upon. We could go that route in free agency, though. Don't mind that at all. But this is some really interesting corners still on the board right now. Let me know if there's any that you want to see. And then we can go into maybe like defensive linemen, add some rotation to this pass rush. Like Kwity Paye had some injuries last year. Ibukam, he's our new pass rusher, but he's never been the top guy beforehand. So we do have some questions overall on this pass rush. But hey, if we go Adebawore, he can be inside, outside, similar to what we got with Dio, but keep a rotation going, not have anyone get too tired out. Could we go at a more non-need position and more of a luxury, like a Darnell Washington, like we've been seeing him fall because of medical issues at tight end? Could we go for maybe a linebacker? I know Leonard is coming back from injury, and of course, we love Leonard, but if we're worried about these injury concerns going forward, we don't have Bobby Okereke anymore. Ziggy was amazing last year, and EJ Speed I'm a big fan of, but who knows? Maybe they want another linebacker to add to this rotation. They haven't drafted one in years, and Ballard is really good at drafting linebacker talent. He hasn't had a miss yet with the Colts at linebacker, so I wouldn't be shocked to see us possibly going that at some point. Feel like round 3 would be early, but hey, maybe if the guy is really special here, they could go that route. beyond that, any other positions you could see the Colts going? Safety maybe. I don't know. I'm not thrilled on this safety class. I'm going to be honest. So I really don't see that. But hey, we don't have McLeod anymore. He's gone. He is a free agent, so we could bring him back, but losing that veteran presence could hurt. We have a very young secondary at safety with Julian Blackmon, Rodney Thomas, and Nick Cross. So maybe adding a fourth safety would be interesting. Don't know exactly who that guy would be, though, at round 3. So, but yeah, wide receivers are going. We're currently now at pick 78. The Packers are on the clock right now. So one last pick before the Colts are on. Patriots, they went Marte Mapu at safety. Rams went Byron Young. Packers, the pick is in. That was quick. Ooh. All right, so I'm going to check out who's the best available and make my prediction for who the Colts are going through. I got a gut feeling Adebawore. I'm not going to lie. But the interior offensive line, I know a lot of us want. Zavala, I would love at guard for us, or Voorhees if we're willing to wait on him. But Michael, he's of the opinion that we're going Tyler Scott at wide receiver. So bunch of different directions the Colts can go right now. Packers, are they going to go wide receiver? Nope. Breaking news, they go Tucker Kraft, tight end out of South Dakota State. Oh, so Michael, if you can get back on here, we can see if you have any sort of last-second changes to your prediction, or could the Colts trade back again? I know a lot of Colts fans are like, come on, make a pick already. Don't trade back. But I'm not ruling it out with Ballard. That's for dang sure. But yeah, I think we're staying put, though, going to be honest. So here we go at pick 79. My prediction is Adebawore, but I wouldn't mind a Zavala or a Voorhees or a Weipler, an interior. I wouldn't mind a wide receiver. We can go so many directions. Michael, are you back?
All right, man. I'm here.
All right.
Oh, man. Okay. Damn.
The pick is in right now. Colts are on. The commissioner is here. Oh, wait, no, that's Tariq Glenn again.
Tariq Glenn, because I think Roger Goodell announced the second round pick.
Yeah. All right, so come on, Tariq, give us something good. Who is it? Josh Downs. Wide
Josh
receiver,
Downs?
North Carolina.
Okay.
All right. I'll take it.
I'll
take
it.
a grade on him. He was my top wide receiver on my big board, available right here. So, very interesting yards after the catch threat. He is an absolute jitterbug in space. Like, you guys might see some Nyheim Hines type of skill set with just how he can just break ankles and take off running. Very small.
Adding to the premium position. Adding to the premium positions.
Yep. Speed kills nowadays. And
yeah.
He got a lot of it.
So heading into day 3, barring any other type of moves here, the Colts will have 2 4th rounders, 4 5th rounders, and 2 7th rounders. Mm-hmm. They will be a busy team tomorrow.
I wouldn't rule out a trade up at this point. We could get back into round 3 with all those picks.
Yeah.
But hey, even then, I think we're still going to have plenty of picks early on. Colts fans will not have to wait too long to hear their team on the board. When Steelers are trading with the Panthers immediately after our pick, that's cool. That's cool.
So we got Anthony Richardson, Julius Brent, and then we get Anthony Richardson, Josh Downs.
Yep.
Not bad, man. Not bad.
Not bad at all.
I like it.
He's small, but dang is he fast and explosive. I know you were hoping for Tyler Scott at wide receiver for the Colts, but hey, I don't think it's a bad pick by any means.
Not just Tyler Scott, man. I mean, Darnell Washington, Keely Ringo. I mean, you got some guys there. This is a really good pick. Don't get me wrong. This is a really good pick. Yep. And of course, helped a lot with him playing with Drake May, right?
It did. It did. Ooh, let's see.
Man,
I mean,
you get your slot guy. That's good. You got your slot guy.
Yeah. He's definitely a really good slot receiver for us. And despite his small size, he's like a 5'8", 5'9" guy who's like going to be pushing like 170, 180 pounds. So very small.
Yeah.
But despite that size, he had a contested catch rate of 72.2.
Uh-huh.
The guy could still go up and get it, and he was great after the catch as well. Reliable hands. Like, I really, really like the pick. I had a round 2 grade on Josh Downs, and getting him at 79
is really good value.
Yeah.
I'm talking really good value.
Yeah, him and Isaiah McKenzie are going to be really, really nice slot receivers for us. We're going to have a lot of spread out looks. Ooh.
So your 4 deep right now is looking like Michael Pittman, Alec Pierce, Isaiah McKenzie, and Josh Downs. Okay, that's a solid 4 right there.
Yeah.
But, and you still have 2 fourths, 4 fifths. You can still add to this room.
Yep. But I expect if we're going to be keeping these picks right now, I think early round 4 and 5, we're going to see a lot more offensive line picks. I know the comments right now are going off on the fact that we have not gone after offensive line because that's the weakest position group that we had last year. We haven't addressed it in free agency. I understand the panic. And I'm seeing Catfish and Bass. They have a comment saying Ballard's starting to look a lot like Grigson.
Here we go. Pick 79. Okay. Come on, Cole. Okay, wide receiver. Hey, at least they weren't
Hey, we still got the wide receiver Catfish and Bass.
Dude, I mean, I'm still kind of surprised Josh Downs fell that far, but that is really good value, man. That's really, really good value. Let's keep on going with the comments here. Still no one to block. Dude, we have 4 solid linemen, all right? Let's not go crazy here, okay? Let's not go crazy here. It's the rookie year, all right? Let's give this guy some weapons.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. But remember, Chris Ballard is going to tell us what he does. He said he liked the offensive line class, but what else did he also say? Which he didn't really have to involve. The free agency of offensive linemen. So that foreshadowed it. We may not see an offensive line pick here on day 1 or 2. Hell, we may not see one in the 4th round. Maybe. But still, let's give it some time, man. We still got 8 more picks? So we still got time, man. We still got time. Let's chill a little bit. Cálmate. We'll be 2-15 this season. You know what? I'm okay with it. You know why? Because we'll get Marvin Harrison Jr. or Brock Bowers. So I'm down for it.
Mm-hmm.
Had 2 chances to grab Osiris. We let him go. I mean, you weren't going to take Osiris Torrance at number 4, were you?
I think he was talking about in day 2.
Okay, the trade backs.
Traded back.
I mean, personally, I think give me the receiver any day. Look, guys, this is the thing we have complained about. What does Ballard do well? Draft at non-premium positions, guard, linebacker, defensive tackle, maybe. all right? Safety, running back. But those guys are good, but you need quarterback, corner, receiver, edge rusher. You need those things, all right? And to go at all premium positions with your first 3 picks, I'm not going to complain. I'm not. You're getting talent at premium positions. You really think Kansas City won the Super Bowl because they decided to take a defensive tackle in the draft? No. They got pass rush. Guess what? They got the offensive line after they already had the pass rush, the corners, the quarterback, the receivers, tight end, star tight end. So let's figure all that stuff out, and then the offensive line will come together. Be patient, guys. Be patient. The front office is stupid as can be. Come on, guys. We got to step it up. Come on. It's not that bad. An offensive lineman is not making that big of a difference. Come on. I mean, we can't be no worse than what Florida had, right?
And honestly, Josh Downs heading into day 2 of the draft. I already had this tweet out like earlier at like 10 o'clock today. I ranked like all of the wide receivers available on day 2. Josh Downs was my number 1 wide receiver left on the board after round 1. And he was my 42nd overall prospect with a round 2 grade. I love the pick of this guy for value.
Yes.
And
Dude,
like,
I don't see how you can't like this pick.
Yeah, like people look at what Nomadic Brian is doing in the comments. He said he's loving these Josh Downs highlights. Do yourself a favor. If you're going to be, a little bit upset about what's happening with the offensive line, I understand. We need to address the position at some point, and we will. But take a breath. Look up some Josh Downs highlights. See this man in action before you go all off on Ballard is Grigson right now. All right? Because, hey, even Grigson made some good picks, and one of his best picks was in round 3, a wide receiver by the name of T.Y. Hilton, who was undersized but could make a lot of things happen in space. Not giving the comparison to him because these guys are very different in terms of their skill sets and what they've shown. But at the same time, there's that parallel for you. So watch some Josh Downs and enjoy.
Man, dude, this is a really good pick. I mean, my goodness. Not the prototypical size you want, but if a guy can sit there and produce and play, you got to kind of look beyond the measurables there. What is he, like 5'10", 5'9"?
He's like 5'8", 5'9", and like 175 to 180 pounds. Like he's smart.
I'm not tripping about it, man. The route running is crisp. He catches with his hands. He's solid. I can't complain about that. I really can't. Richardson will be hurt by week 4 during this horrible offensive line. I mean, anyone can get hurt. It's football. You got grown men running full speed at each other. Like, come on now.
Getting hit.
Man, y'all are tripping in the comments, just so y'all know. You can't run or throw the ball without them. I mean, where are y'all trying to go next year?
Super Bowl?
I can tell you this team ain't going to no Super Bowl.
Breaking news. Titans just picked a new running back. Tajay Spears out of Tulane. I really like Tajay Spears.
Hey, that's a good one for him.
That's a good one. That could be their successor to Derrick Henry. Maybe not the same type of player. He's more of a hitter. But they need a long-term running back. They might have just gotten that in the round 3.
And remember, they drafted Hassan Haskins out of Michigan, too. And that's another solid running back there. Let's get back to the comments here. All right. Ballard's starting to look like Grigson. Are y'all serious? Are y'all serious? Oh, man. Y'all are tripping tonight. Y'all are tripping. Stop the cap. Stop the cap.
I have stopped
here. Man, get on with the damn pick. Come on.
Ooh, Yaya Diaby.
Oh, out of Louisville.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Okay.
I like it. I like it for them.
I respect it.
I know he's a guy a lot of
respect
Colts
it.
fans wanted too.
Yeah. That's good, man. That's good. Let's continue with the comments here. He is, oh my gosh. Let's see here. I'm not upset with the Josh Downs pick. I'm upset with us letting Osiris slip away early. I mean,
fair. I'd say that's fair.
Slip away. I mean,
he wanted Osiris at 35. Let's not cap ourselves right now. He might not be in a premium position, but we love the player.
I like the player, but I'm not gonna sit here and lose sleep over a guard. It's like when everybody lost their crap about losing Chris Reed. Like, I can't sit here and blame a guard and get mad about a guard. Like, this isn't basketball. A guard in football. I'm not going to get upset about that. I just can't. I mean, yes. Was he a talented player? Yes. But I'm not going to go to sleep angry tonight and say Ballard sucks because he didn't get Osiris Torrance. I mean, come on now. I would rather have Julius Brents than Osiris Torrance. I would rather have Josh Downs than Osiris Torrance. Because why? Because they're premium positions, and I believe they can be premium players. So you got to start making a difference at those spots. Let's continue on with the comments here. All right, those dudes are free agents at this point for a reason, though. I'm not sure who they're alluding to. Loving the Josh Downs highlights. Yes.
The offensive lineman free agents that we're talking about.
Well, yeah, they're offensive line free agents because they want to see what teams do after the draft. Some of them want to step into a starting role. Some of them want to have a clear-cut angle to a starting role instead of go to a team that drafts a guard in round 1. Sometimes these players and their agents get together and say, let's hold off after the draft. That does happen sometimes, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Chris sucks at drafting. I don't even know how. I don't even know. I really don't. Hold on.
All right. We lost luck because we had no O-line. We have to remember that too. We got some O-line pieces already. It's not like we have no one right there. Ryman's developing pretty well at left tackle. We do need depth, though, behind him. I'm not dismissing that. Nelson, his issue is more of health. Even in a down year last year, he was still around an above-average guard. But when he's at his ceiling, he's an all-pro level guard. 3-time all-pro in his first 3 seasons. That has not happened in the Super Bowl era, except for Quentin Nelson. Let's be real. We're keeping him around. He's still a great all-pro guard at his peak. Ryan Kelly, he's had a few down seasons recently for a variety of reasons, some of which are personal, some of which I'd say are more so attributed to the injuries and that he's accumulated over the course of his career. But when he's playing well, he's a Pro Bowl level center. We're keeping him around for this year. We'll see going forward afterwards, though. Right guard, that's the hole. That's the one hole that I can say definitively that we need to address right now in the draft at the starting level. Right tackle, you got Braden Smith, who's a perennial top 10 right tackle. He should be a Pro Bowler at some point. Honestly, I think he should have been a Pro Bowler in 2020. But hey, even despite him not giving up a single sack in 450 pass blocking snaps, he still didn't get a Pro Bowl because they didn't separate left tackle versus right tackle, and right tackles never get Pro Bowls, I swear.
The Broncos traded up.
Yeah.
Remember, there are players still falling at corner, and they have all those day 3 picks. All of them. They can still, I don't want to log off yet because they can still trade up here.
And get someone at corner, at interior offensive line. There's still a chance. We got potential trade pieces with.
Here's why, because Oh, go ahead. Oh, they got Riley Moss. I was gonna say with the guy like Josh Downs, when he goes deep, let me tell you something. You know why Drake May's percentage downfield was so good was because he was throwing to Josh Downs. That's why. Drake May himself is good. Don't get me wrong. But when you are throwing to a guy like Josh Downs that catches everything, come on, dude. And what does Anthony Richardson do well? Throw the ball downfield. So, come on. We're really going to sit there and say, no, I want a lineman. I don't want to go big plays. Guys, you play in the AFC. You're not winning a Super Bowl because you have a better offensive line than everybody and your wide receiver core is not good. You're not going anywhere. I'm sorry. This is the AFC. This is the reality of the AFC. The Chargers with Keenan Allen, with Palmer, with Mike Williams, they drafted Quentin Johnston. Okay? The Bengals have freaking Chase, Higgins, Boyd. You go to the Broncos, what do they have? You go to the Chargers, the Chiefs, the Bills. You go to the Texans. You go to the Jaguars. You have to equal that firepower. You have to.
The Ravens right now, they've gone 5 deep at wide receiver right now. They got Bateman, who they drafted highly. They got OBJ. They got Nelson Aguilar. They got Zay Flowers, who they just drafted. And they also have an all-pro gunner as their like wide receiver 5, who's pretty solid as like their equivalent of like an Ashton Doolin in Devin. Yeah. Like they have 4 legit wide receivers right now and one pretty solid one who's coming off of special teams. Like, we're not going to complain about having 4 good wide receivers right now.
We lost luck because we had no offensive line. We lost luck because he didn't know how to slide. That's why. Yes, not having an offensive line. And look, it's not that we haven't had an offensive line. We don't know what Chris Ballard is going to do for Anthony Richardson for the next 3 years on the offensive line. But we do know what Ryan Grigson didn't do for Andrew Luck for 6 years on the offensive line. He did not address that line at all for 6 years. Chris Ballard hasn't. Look, Ryan Grigson didn't address offensive line for 5 or 6 years. Chris Ballard hasn't addressed offensive line for 24 hours, and people are losing their crap. Like, come on, man. Come on.
Yeah,
there's context to this.
Yeah, what did Ballard do in his first full year with his full scouting department in 2018? He addressed
rebuild the offensive line.
With Quentin Nelson, with Braden Smith, and Mark Lewinsky in free agency. Like, let's not sit here and act like he has never addressed the offensive line, let alone fixed the offensive line. So I'm going to give it, like he says, he's trusting the guys that he already has right now in these starting spots who they're paying to be good, with the Quentin Nelson, with Ryan Kelly, and with Braden Smith. He's trusting those 3 to bounce back this year at the starting spots. He's also trusting in the development of Bernard Ryman, who we just drafted last year. We drafted an offensive lineman in the 3rd round who has already shown that he could be a pretty good starting offensive lineman. And then we need a right guard. That's the only position at the starting level for right now that we absolutely should address at some point. And we can address right guard in free agency and early in day 3, or if we trade up right now in day 2. We can do that. What we really need is depth, though, on the offensive line, because these guys who we are relying on, I love them, but we need competition in case of injury as well. We need to make sure we have some guys we can feel comfortable throwing out there. I don't like the depth chart on this offensive line any more than you guys do. I don't. But it's a lot of depth needs and rotation needs and one starting need, at least for this year. We could use a starter possibly down the line at center with Ryan Kelly. But right now it's like, 1.5 starting offensive line.
And you can always re-sign Danny Pinter, cheap contract. And he's a natural center. Every time he's come in at center, he's performed. When you put him at right guard, which is not his spot, he struggled.
Mm-hmm.
And this comment right here, I don't dislike Josh Downs, but games are won in the trenches. That's the problem. You don't have the right mindset, in my opinion, because really, guys, think about it. This team just went 4-12-1. You really think just because a quarterback comes on, they're going to flip that 13-4? No. It wasn't just because quarterback. It wasn't just because offensive line that they were bad. They didn't have separation in the wide receiver game. They couldn't rush the passer dominantly. They couldn't. The linebacker depth was maybe struggling a little bit. Outside of Stephon Gilmore, thankfully being healthy the whole year, your corner depth was bad. It was bad. Your safety depth was actually pretty solid. So, guys, games are won in the trenches. We're not going to win any games. Well, we're not going to win this season like going to the playoffs and the AFC Championship game. That's not what 2023 is going to be. It's not. I promise you guys, if you go in thinking, man, we can win the AFC South, you're probably going to be the same people that call for Chris Ballard's head, says Shane Steichen is overrated. You know, you're probably going to go in with that. You can't fix all of your issues in one draft. So I'm sorry. And you guys make good points. You make good points. Yes, you got to protect the quarterback. Definitely. But let's not compare Chris Ballard to Ryan Grigson. Let's not do that, please. Especially when he spent a 3rd-round pick on Bernard Ryman last season. Like, he addressed the lineman then, and what did he become? A every-game starter. And had really good games against some of the top pass rushers in this league. Like, guys, what are we doing? We're making this a lot harder than it needs to be, honestly. Derrick Henry trade incoming? I don't think so. Probably going to Philly. Does not suck at drafting. No, he does not. Titans with the running back pick. Okay. Probably got to catch up here. Josh Downs, 1,000 plus receiving. Yes.
Year one, but I could see it at some point. That's all I'll say.
Yeah. And he did it at North Carolina with a freshman quarterback. So, yeah. Come on.
Howell? You did pretty well with Howell, I believe.
Yeah. Luck just knew forward. One speed sadly took its toll. Yeah, for sure. He didn't slide. He didn't protect himself. If there was a big old linebacker, he wanted to put his shoulder down and fight for that extra yard, that extra 2 yards. Unfortunately, it took its toll. You're right. And Ryan Grigson does have a hand in that. But again, it took 5 years of not doing anything to the offensive line. It's been a day or two, and y'all are calling Chris Ballard Ryan Grigson. That's what I don't agree with. I'm not saying you shouldn't address offensive line. I'm just saying, are you really going to bypass Julius Brents and Josh Downs because we need a guard? No, I'm sorry. We took Nelson when we could have had other players at premium positions, but we needed to protect Andrew Luck, right? Okay, you did that already. Let's get premium positions ready to go, please, because the Colts have lacked for a long time at premium positions. They haven't had a pass rush since Robert Mathis called it quits. They haven't been great at the receiving game. They haven't been great at tight end. Jack Doyle was good, but he was not a Darren Waller or freaking Dalton Schultz or anything like that.
Or let alone a Travis Kelce.
Yes, he was not that guy. Corner, they've lacked a top corner for a while. Like, come on, let's not make this hard. But hey, at least we got the guard. Like, come on. This isn't basketball. Let's go to the next one. Yeah. So games aren't won in the trenches. Yeah, when you're going for Super Bowls. But look at this past Super Bowl. The Chiefs weren't tougher than the Eagles on the offensive line, but you know what they had? They had receivers. They had a quarterback. They had a head coach that can design plays and scheme to get the ball out quick. And then the quarterback executed that scheme. Yes. Yes. And then defense, having corners that can stop other receivers. Yes. Their pass rush was not the greatest. But when the defense and the secondary hunkered down in the second half, you saw the difference be made. I'm not saying games are not won in the trenches. But let's not just sit here and say, remember, go back to those other picks. Yes, they took Quentin Nelson, Braden Smith, but they also took Tyquan Lewis, Ben Banigou, Zach Banner. Where are those guys at now? Kamoko Toure, too. Where are those guys at now? Just because you're going to get a guy doesn't mean he's going to work out. And to be quite frank with you, these guys, a Brents, a Josh Downs, have higher ceiling and greater impact value than what a guard would. I'm sorry. It's just facts. That is a fact. I'm not saying Osiris Torrance can't become a Pro Bowler. I'm not saying that. Or any offensive line for that matter. I'm not saying that. But, guys, I'm not the only person that has said the Colts need to get better at premium positions. And they do. And they're doing it in this draft. And I'm happy with it. It's still an A grade of the draft. Just because offensive line has not been addressed, I can't just sit there and say, oh, this is a problem. No, it's not. It's not. Because first off, you're not competing this year. Second, this is an evaluation year. So we got to take it for what it is. Exactly. We will be looking for position improvements in 2023. Richardson will be learning. Yes, he will be learning. We could have fixed most of our issues by trading back from 4 with picks this year and next year. Richardson is just not the guy to me.
We don't know.
You're entitled to your opinion. You're absolutely entitled to your opinion. Absolutely. There is a 50-50 chance that he can work out. There's a 50% chance that he won't work out. You're completely entitled to your opinion. Absolutely. If that's your belief, stand on it. My belief last offseason was Matt Ryan would clear up some issues. Guess what? I was dead wrong on that. Stand on your belief, right? Stand on your belief. It's not bad. It's not a bad thing. You're entitled to it. I hope you're wrong, and I know you hope you're wrong because we both love this team. We want to see them play in February. So for the sake of that, we should hope Anthony Richardson works out. Jay, where are you on this?
Personally, I am really interested to see how he's going to develop. Is he going to be an elite guy who's going to solve all our problems and make us an instant playoff team in 2023? I doubt it. But can he develop into that type of guy? There's a chance. And with all those traits that he has and the mentality that he has, and even not just the physical traits, but the pocket presence that is very, very uncanny, there's potential for this guy to be absolutely special. You take a shot on those guys in the AFC because look at the quarterbacks we're competing with in our conference. The NFC doesn't have this problem. The AFC does. We have Mahomes. We have Josh Allen. We have Justin Herbert. Trevor Lawrence is getting better. If Deshaun Watson goes back and shakes off his rust, he's an amazing quarterback. Russell Wilson, if he shakes off his rust, he's an amazing quarterback. With Sean Payton now as his head coach, there's a potential for him to have some big bounce back coming up. There's so many guys. Trevor Lawrence is getting better. There's so many good quarterbacks in this conference that if you settle for just okay, or if you trade back and risk not taking this guy, then we're really, really stuck in limbo yet again at the quarterback position. We need to take a shot on a young guy to develop and see if he hits that ceiling. If not, hey, back to the drawing board and hope Arch Manning is there in 2026. No risk it, no biscuit, especially in the AFC QB conference. But yeah.
Yeah, I agree, man. Again, maybe things, if you were an NFC team, maybe they're different. But dude, the AFC is almost becoming college football. Everybody's going to be scoring points. And when you get to the playoffs, if your defense isn't matching up well, your offense has to be able to go out there and score points. So you got to have the players on the outside.
But yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oof, I am really excited though for Josh Downs, like my 42nd overall pick on my big board, getting to 79, a full round later than what I thought he was going to be. My top wide receiver heading into the day, and we get him in the middle of round 3. I'll take that. I'll take that all day, every day. Woo.
Man, this is awesome, man.
Oh, man, I can't believe I forgot about Joe Burrow when I was listening to AFC QBs. Another one. You got Tua. Another one.
And even look at Joe Burrow. He made it to the Super Bowl with a bad offensive line. Like, say what you will. Oh, he lost, right? Yes. But they got to the Super Bowl.
If you have a special quarterback, you can do some amazing things. We got to build the team around him, not just up front, but also in the wide receivers, also in the run game, though we do have a great run game right now. No need to take a running back right now. And we need to build a defense that can shut some of these guys down or slow them down, for heaven's sake, because if you don't have a proper defense, all those quarterbacks that we've listed off are going to be scoring 30, 40 points on you, and good luck for you keeping up at that point. It's an arms race in the NFL. This is the Cold War quarterbacks in the AFC, and we're all trying to stockpile the best QB and hope that we can take that guy to the promised land. I mean, look at Justin Herbert. They did not have a good team around him. They were getting injured. They were very inconsistent in LA, and he missed the playoff. Well, no, he didn't miss the playoffs. He lost to the second-year Trevor Lawrence. They had that insane comeback. And we can sit here and say Justin Herbert is a top 10 QB in the NFL, and he's still not making it to round 2.
Yep.
Like, you got to build the team around, not just
you have to
everywhere.
Here comes Luke here.
Luke,
Allen, Tua, Rodgers, Lamar, Burrow, Watson, Stroud, Lawrence, Wilson, Mahomes, Herbert, Garoppolo are the most notable, and only 7 can make the playoffs.
Yeah,
exactly. Like,
let's cut down that list to 7. Who's making it to the playoffs just off of those names right there?
And remember, I hear you on the offensive line, and you want your quarterback to be safe. I get it. But just saying, our offensive line, Ryman, Nelson, Kelly, Smith, that 4 out of 5, that is a solid 4. Like, come on now. Come on now. The Chiefs won the Super Bowl, returned the same offensive line after winning the Super Bowl. Say what you will, they won the Super Bowl, something the Colts haven't done since 2006. Let's be real with that. And then after they have all the cornerstone pieces, then they go rebuild the offensive line. And then 2 years later, finally win the Super Bowl again. So I'm not going to sit here and say an offensive line is just the gateway to a Super Bowl. You got to have those premium positions. And Josh Downs, a young guy coming in with a young guy like Anthony Richardson, you can build a special connection there. And to my knowledge, I believe sometime when the combine was going on, you know, there were some reports about, you know, Downs, like the Colts liking Downs, and, you know, obviously it could have been maybe it could have been a beneficial spot. I don't know. I remember reading something somewhere about that the Colts liking Downs, and I think it was Reggie Wayne specifically. So we can't just sit here and be upset about the draft, guys, just because a guard wasn't taken. And you guys could be getting on that guard. If we take him and he turns out to be nothing, you'll still hate on Ballard, but yet that was the guy that you wanted to. So that's kind of like when Ballard talked about quarterback a couple years ago. Y'all can, you know, bug me about a quarterback, and when I finally take one, and he doesn't work out, I'm the first one kicked out of the building. He's right. Because if we took a guard, think about it. Go back to Paris Campbell and Terry McLaurin for those that want to talk about it. Oh, you took Paris instead of Terry McLaurin, A.J. Brown, Debo Samuel. Okay, what if he took Osiris Torrance, but Josh Downs was still there? What if he took Osiris Torrance and Julius Brents was still there, and those guys go on to be Pro Bowlers, and Osiris Torrance is out of the league in 5 years? You're going to call Ballard horrible. It's the way it goes. It's not fair, but it's the way it goes.
Hindsight bias is always 20/20.
Yeah.
And also, back to your quote that you had from, I believe it's Zach Kiefer. He said that new Colts wide receiver Josh Downs was talking to Reggie Wayne a few weeks ago, and he told me that he needed me. Reggie Wayne needed Josh Downs. And apparently after his workout at the combine, Wayne told Downs he was the best receiver in this class, and it wasn't close.
Really?
I don't have Josh Downs as my wide receiver 1 in this class, but hey, Reggie is down on the field. He's got eyes much better than me at evaluating wide receivers and knowing what to look for. I'm not going to say that he is absolutely wrong there. So it's safe to say Reggie Wayne's a very happy man to get Josh Downs in round 3. I'm happy to get him. He was my wide receiver 5, you know? Like after those big 3 or big 4 of you could put him in any list of Quentin Johnston, JSN, Jordan Addison, Zay Flowers. Those are the top 4. Right after that, I had Josh Downs, 42nd overall on my big board, top guy available at wide receiver for day 2. And here he is, middle of round 3.
You know,
Reggie loves it.
I want to see the Colts trade up here for Keely Ringo. Why? You know why? Because I want teams to learn their lesson after letting Tariq Woolen slip to the 5th round for some ungodly reason. I don't know how Tariq Woolen was available in the 5th round last year. I don't know how Keely Ringo is available right now. You still need corner. Dallas Flowers is not a sure thing. Kenny Moore is a slot guy, going to be gone next year. So Isaiah Rodgers entering a contract year. You got Julius Brents. Add more. Add more. Add more. I want to see the trade up for Keely Ringo. Be aggressive. Go get the guy. I want to see it. Even if it's not him, a Clark Phillips III. That's a nice 5'10 guy. I really love him. Highest recruit in Utah Utes program history. Was balling, man. Balling at Utah. So it's not just Keely Ringo, but he just comes to mind as how is he not off this board by now?
Same here with Darius Rush. That is my guy. I drafted him in both of my mocks that I did pre-draft. He was the only player I mocked both times to the Colts. First time was round 4, but then he kept on showing himself out at the Senior Bowl and the Combine.
Yeah.
And teams were getting really impressed according to some sources. So I was like, all right, I'm going to move him up around. Have him get taken at 79. So he's still available. There's plenty of corners, like you said, with Keely, with Clark Phillips. There's Corey Trice as well that Landon brought up from Purdue. I wouldn't mind trading back up and getting another cornerback right before day 3. Or hell, one of these guys might be there in round 4. We still got plenty of picks till then, but they're coming, and these guys aren't flying off the board yet. It's crazy.
The Colts have 2 picks, I believe, in the top 10 of the 4th round. So they're going to be able to get somebody. They will be. You got the Bears at number 1. You got the Texans back-to-back. Maybe do they take somebody the Colts are really eyeing there? That kind of worries me a little bit. They might have to trade up to Chicago.
Yeah.
If somebody is there that they like. Blake Freeland, tackle, could probably push into guard in the NFL. He's still on the board. So
Chandler Zavala out of North Central, or not North Central, North Carolina. To my Indiana people at home, that's a high school in Indiana, North Central.
Yeah, I mean, I think
he's good.
I mean, I would probably end the stream, but you know what? Just like
gotta
last
wait.
year, they traded up for Nick Cross. We could trade up. There's somebody falling. Keely Ringo is falling.
Mm-hmm.
Darnell Washington, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say he's falling since teams have a concern with his knee. But, I mean, so what? So what? Maybe he doesn't play the first 6 games. You're really going to let a knee injury or an ankle or whatever it is, you're really going to let that get in the way of what can possibly be a beast in the AFC on your team?
Are they worried about it like just in the short term with his knee, or is there like a long-term concern with this?
I feel there's got to be a long-term concern if he's falling this far.
Yeah.
Dude, I had him in every mock draft that I would do. He was gone in the first round every time.
I had him going either first round or very early round 2. Like he was not making out of the top 40 picks, no matter how I could mock it. So
the Chiefs traded up for Wanya Morris from Oklahoma.
Yep, that's a tackle.
Yeah. So here's Luke's comment right here, going back to needing weapons. The last 4 teams, these were their weapons with the Bengals, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Joe Mixon, and you can throw in Tyler Boyd in there as well as CJ Uzoma, because he was still there when they went to the Super Bowl. You go to the Chiefs, Travis Kelce, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, Isaiah Pacheco, and he was a 7th round pick. And you could possibly throw in Juju in there as well. Sky Moore as well, Kadarius Toney. Yep. And then with the Eagles, you got A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert. You had Zach Pascal, who made a couple big catches in that game. So you still need weapons. You go to the 49ers, Christian McCaffrey, Debo Samuel, George Kittle, Brandon Ayuk. I mean, guys, y'all have to get weapons. Yes, get the offensive line at some point in the next year or two. But you got to get these young guys in here, man. You got to.
Yeah, if we want Richardson to succeed, it's not just about the offensive line. It's getting him the weapons to throw to, make plays on their own, because we can't have guys who are going to be dropping balls. We can't have guys who can't get open. We can't have guys who can't make something happen after the catch. Like, we need guys who are able to do all this stuff. And not every player that we can find off the street is going to be able to do several of those things. I think Josh Downs has a good chance to be able to do quite a few of those things for us. Like, he was outside of JSN and like Jordan Addison, he was my top guy in terms of slot rankings, like number 3 on slot wide receivers. So I'm surprised he was here at 79, but I'm happy we got him. Whew. Yeah. Whew. Right now, the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock at 93. How many picks we got left in round 3? All right, we got 10 picks remaining in the 3rd round. Michael, he is going offline for a little bit right now. This is going to be interesting. Do you guys think Ballard is going to trade back into round 3? Should he do it? Is there anyone that you guys think they should go for in round 3 if they trade up? And Landon and Marcus are back on the stream. Welcome, guys. How's the mood feeling with this Josh Downs pick?
I am ecstatic. I had a top 40 grade on Josh Downs. I thought he was an early 2nd round pick. Really the big thing with him was his size. He's a little bit smaller, but he fits a role in the Shane Steichen offense so well. And really outside of his size, he does everything else so well. I mean, like the speed, the explosiveness, the ball tracking ability, the hands, Like, I mean, it's just so perfect. Like, it's just such a perfect fit for what they needed, because they needed that Devontae Smith type guy to where, like, he just gets open. Like, you just need a guy on third and fourth downs that you know you can line up, isolate him in a one-on-one matchup, and he's going to get open. And if there's one thing Josh Downs does better than anybody in this class, just about, he just gets open. And it's just such a perfect fit. I compared him pre-draft to T.Y. Hilton. That has been my comparison now for going on like 2.5, almost 3 months since late January. Every time I watched him, it was like I was just watching Ty, like young Ty, all over again. And to add a guy like that to play in this, like, he's going to immediately give you reps on the slot. He's immediately going to give you reps in special teams, like as a punt returner. And it's just like I could not have drawn up a better. Like, there's no way that guy should have been there at 79. So I'm super stoked.
I agree with you completely. I had him as like my 42nd overall wide receiver player on my big board, number 5 overall on the wide receivers after the big 4. Yeah, the fact that he was somehow there at 79 blows my mind. Reggie Wayne is already saying he thought he was the best wide receiver in the draft class once he saw him at the combine, and that he needed him. And hey, I trust Reggie Wayne's evaluation on wide receivers more than my own, to be fair.
Yeah.
So
and Reggie, like, so when it comes to Reggie too, like, I mean, you know this, Reggie does not like BS anybody. Like, he is very blunt. He's very straightforward. He's not going to beat around the bush. He's going to tell you straight up what he thinks. And so whenever you hear something that comes out from Reggie saying you're the best wide receiver in this draft, and he said it's not even close, that speaks volumes. And that spoke so much volume in this wide receiver room, like not just the room, but like the draft room, you know, because they basically let Reggie got his guy, and this is the guy that Shane Steichen needed. This is the one aspect of this offense that they lacked. And, you know, because they got the guys with size, they got the deep speed, Alec Pierce, Isaiah McKenzie. They had those type of guys. They needed a guy, like I said, that they can throw down on third and fourth downs, line him up, isolate him in one-on-one matchups, and say, hey, go to the sticks, get us a first down, get open. And not only that, but he also possesses, like, I believe I saw that stat from the ESPN. So, like the ESPN advanced analytics stuff, when it comes to like the 10-yard split and like one of the other like explosive grades or whatever, I can't think. I'd have to go pull it up. But Josh Downs ranks in the top 5% of grades of all wide receivers since 2003. So going back 20 years, he's in the top 5% in explosive metrics. So that just shows you like the ability, and that's part of the reason why he gets open, like very much like Devontae Smith, where yes, was the size of Devontae Smith an issue? We've never seen a wide receiver that light go that high. But do you know how hard it is to stop a guy whenever he's too quick and explosive that you can't even get your hands on him? By the time you get your hands up as a DB, the guy's already running past you, or he's already cutting in on you. That's what Josh Downs will give you, and I'm stoked. What about you, Marcus?
I love the pick. Of course, everyone knows what my preference was when it comes to wide receiver, but I wasn't opposed to Downs either. You know, we've seen him personally already. I think he has special ability, special talent, especially for his size and explosive. That's what you need, especially with a guy like Richardson and a Jonathan Taylor. Pairing them up with him and an Alec Pierce and a Michael Pittman Jr., he just brings that extra spark that you want to that offense. You pretty much put him in the middle of the field. He's the guy that's going to help Anthony Richardson develop some of those accuracy issues that everyone seems to have with him. So I do think it's a good pick for Richardson and the Colts in general, especially with a guy like Shane Steichen in that offense. I'm enjoying to see what it's going to look like, and it's definitely going to bring some excitement to the offense as well. And with Steichen's system, it's pretty much very explosive. And then adding a guy like Downs, who is an explosive wide receiver, I feel like it's going to be fun to watch the Colts next year because it's been pretty boring for the last 4 or 5 seasons. I'm not going to lie. So adding him and added what we got already. I'm excited to see what they're going to do moving forward because he hasn't missed on these picks so far. And we traded up and got more picks as well. So I'm looking forward to see what we got moving forward in this draft.
Yeah, and so speaking of, just to piggyback off of Marcus's point there with Josh Downs, when it comes to Anthony Richardson's short area accuracy and all that, a lot of those problems with Richardson were caused. Richardson did have some fault in it, definitely, for sure. He's got to learn to throw more with touch. He's got to get his footwork down. But a lot of those were also dropped. Out of all the receivers in this class, Josh Downs had the best drop percentage out of every wide receiver in this class. Only 2% of passes that he had targeted in college were drops. And that's the lowest number out of any wide receiver in this class. And so whenever you have a guy that has hands like that, 2% of every pass thrown, of all passes thrown his way, were dropped. That's insane. That's a 98% catch rate on ball targets.
Reggie Wayne, Marvin Harrison in prime level drop rate.
Yes, exactly. And so whenever you have a guy that does struggle with that accuracy, whenever you have a guy like Josh Downs, if you can get it near him, you don't have to put it on his face mask. You don't have to put it on his body. If you can just get it near him, he's going to catch the ball and he's going to make plays. So.
And he plays bigger than his size. That's an amazing trait for a smaller guy. He's 5'8", 5'9", 100.
Yeah, almost 5'9", almost 5'9". So so 5'9", about 171. So he's a small guy.
But despite that size concern, last year he caught 72.2% of his contested catch targets, which is an incredibly high percentage right there.
Nuts.
The guy,
and you know why? You know why? It's because what I spoke on in the beginning. It's the ability to track the ball in the air. Mm-hmm. The ability he has to track the ball in the air and take the correct angles when targeting that ball are elite. They are elite level wide receiver traits that he has. The only downside with him is the size. You just have to look past the size. And I think this is if this isn't further proof that Chris Ballard has changed to an extent, I don't know what is, because not only did he sign Isaiah McKenzie, who's under 5'10", but he went out and drafted a pretty high draft pick. A third round is a high draft pick on a guy that's under 5'9". And that just goes to show you that he's kind of taking the advice of other people. It's hey, let's, instead of focusing on all these physical traits and that's the main thing he does want to focus on, let's also target guys, because now we have the guys with physical traits in the wide receiver room. We have 6'3" Alec Pierce. We have 6'4" Michael Pittman. We have 6'7" Jelani Woods. We have all these big targets. What was the one thing they lacked? A guy that could get open. Yeah, exactly. And so this was definitely a Shane Steichen pick. This is definitely a Reggie Wayne pick. But kudos to Chris Ballard for relenting and being malleable this year, when it comes to having those type of guys in the wide receiver room.
Yeah, and it's not like he hasn't had smaller receivers as well. It's just he hasn't really added guys who are designated slot guys in his tenure who are these smaller type guys. He already inherited T.Y. Hilton towards the end of his career. He did draft Nyheim Hines, who is a running back, but was used a lot also in the slot as a shorter, shiftier kind of guy. I could envision a little bit of that kind of usage. Downs is not going to be lining up at running back, but he's going to possibly have a similar type of role at times to what Hines was when he was outside at the slot. So, ones, but he hasn't gone out and tried to draft specifically that. He's gone for the Paris Campbell, who is 6'1" for his slot guy. He's gotten Michael Pittman Jr., who can be an inside-outside guy, and he's bigger. And Alec Pierce, who is definitely a bigger outside guy, but more so of a straight-up vertical threat downfield coming out. So it's definitely a change, and Steichen definitely has had a part in that for sure. So I'm
and this is a guy. This is a guy too that this is a guy with Josh Downs too that you're going to see him used in a lot of these those quick crossing routes, getting the ball in his hands fast, getting him open. those quick outs that we love to see out of that Philadelphia offense, where you just you need 5-6 yards, whether it's on first down, whether it's on third downs. Shane Steichen loves to run those RPO quick outs, that read option, and if Richardson can comfortable enough throwing that, that's something we saw in Philadelphia with Devontae Smith and who was their other wide receiver there, the speedster that played in the slot for the Eagles.
Quez Watkins?
Yes, Quez Watkins. Yeah. Yeah, so you really saw Devontae Smith and Quez Watkins really eat in that 5 to 6 yard quick out range. And that's just the perfect Josh Downs. And then not only that, but in the screen game as well. Because like I said, that short area quickness, he has that ability to catch that ball and explode within 10 to 20 yards, like elite level explosion within 20 yards. Top 5% of all wide receivers drafted since 2003. So that's I love the pick. I just never envisioned like he would have been available where they selected him at. So yeah, this is fantastic.
Top 50, top 60 at worst,
Yeah, like I said, I had him at one point early in the process. I had him going at the end of the first round, and
I wouldn't be shocked by that.
And then like as I kind of heard more info, it's like, well, the size does kind of worry some guys. I was like, okay, the lowest I could have seen him going was like you said, like in the 40s, in the 50s. Not even really 50s, so like in the 40s. Like I couldn't imagine him dropping past 50, and to get him at 79, I mean, it's great stuff.
Well, my draft crush is now off the board. So.
Yeah, Darnell Washington got off the board. The Steelers got him.
They stole him.
Of course, the freaking Steelers.
Yep,
that's what they do.
Of course, the freaking Steelers. Whether if it's character injury scares, they're gonna take you.
Yep.
Yeah, I was gonna say there were some rumblings about some like medical red flags with him, which is why you saw him drop. So I mean, we'll just have to see how that plays out. But yeah, I just couldn't imagine Chris Ballard. I mean, I'm sure if the medicals checked out and they needed a tight end, you probably definitely could have seen him go in that range from Chris Ballard. But with the medicals and the fact that they already have their freak at tight end in Jelani Woods.
Man, don't even compare Jelani to Darnell.
I don't see how not. I mean, I think they're very similar athletic-wise.
True. Skill set wise, there's a very big difference between them in terms of like the blocking prowess and
it's a really big difference. One is like a tight end 2, one is like a Pro Bowl level, terrorize every defense he plays week in and week out type guy.
I don't know about that.
Taking a snap yet.
I don't know about Pro Bowl.
What is that?
I think he's got potential.
I said he hasn't even taken a snap yet. How you just gonna name Pro Bowl?
I couldn't make out what it said. I think he said he hasn't taken a snap yet.
Yep.
Yeah. So
okay.
Just qualify Pro Bowl if he hasn't taken a snap.
Future Pro Bowler is what Michael's saying.
Oh, traits. Well, traits are staring you right in the freaking face and you don't take it.
Hey, we still got traitsy guys. Let's not discount Julius.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Hey, man, we address premium position. I'm happy. Unlike the other people that are mad that we didn't get Osiris Torrance.
Yeah, haven't you guys been screaming for how many years now that the Colts need to add at premium positions?
Yep.
And now people are mad when they added a quarterback,
right,
corner, and a wide receiver.
With the high completion, with the high pass radius downfield. I'm happy, man. I'm happy with this draft. That's a nearly A+ draft for me so far. This is awesome.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, Siaki Ika to Cleveland. Okay.
Ooh, interesting.
That's a nice little one. They got their run stuffer.
So we got
I'm still trying to figure out what is going on with Keely Ringo.
Right?
I mean, I know the tape against Marvin Harrison Jr. was rough, but Marvin Harrison Jr. Exactly, he does that to everybody. So
right?
I don't put much stock on that. So The only thing I could think of is just either something with the interviews, the pro days didn't match up. Maybe it's a medical thing, but like I like outside of like those two things, just being something that we don't know because we're not privy to that right now. I don't know how he's still on the board. I mean, I know so like for me, he was more of a second round prospect instead of like that first round guy, but a lot of that was due like he's got really tight hips. His hips aren't very flexible. But I think that's something you can work on it, especially at this range. Like, I mean, I think it's possible. If he does drop, I could definitely see him being taken top of round 4 by the Colts. I mean,
the 49ers have two. 49ers have 2 picks for the rest of the night. I feel like Ringo might go 49ers.
Yeah, that'd be
they
good.
took a kicker.
They took a what?
They took a kicker in the 3rd round.
They took Jake Moody.
Moody. Woo! What the heck?
What?
49ers. What?
I mean, like, he is a good kicker. I'll give him that. He's really good.
John Lynch did what?
Later.
I don't know. I mean, like,
the top 100.
Because see, like people said the same thing about being drafted high. Whenever Cincinnati took their kicker, they took McPherson. And how many playoff games did that guy win them? And basically, like, helped get them to a Super Bowl. And in his rookie year. And how many games have we seen the Colts lose because of a kicker? And that's the whole reason they went out and they bought. Oh, Destin. Poor Destin.
But then on the flip side, then there's the kicker that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers drafted a few years ago who went immediately away.
Exactly.
Like,
Exactly. If you're gonna take a guy here, you better be right. And he better be one of the best kickers in the league from the jump. So it's definitely an interesting pick. I don't know if I would have made it, but
Jake Moody, what the heck, dude?
That is interesting for sure.
So the Raiders, they could have a cornerback need. Could they go Ringo here?
They could.
They don't have Rocky Center.
Yep. Basically, these next 3 teams to finish out the night have a need at corner.
Yeah. Raiders, 49ers again, and Vikings for sure.
If Ringo doesn't go in these last 3 picks, something has to be up. Something's got to be up.
Like, why isn't Ringo going while like Garrett Wilson is going, and he's got his medical flags?
Yeah. I feel like Keely Ringo reminds me, and I mentioned it earlier, Landon and Marcus. Keely Ringo reminds me of when Tariq Woolen was falling last year. Like, I don't know how Woolen was available in the 5th round, let alone the 4th and 3rd. I don't know how. And with Ringo, I don't understand.
What about Adebawore is falling right now too? I had him round 2, grade 2. Like,
these are the moments these players got to use this as fuel going into the season, man. Whenever they get picked, they got to use this as fuel.
Clark Phillips from Utah still there too.
Mm-hmm.
Clark Phillips the 3rd.
Trice.
Oh, damn. Damn.
Well, it's not the guy I want. So
yeah, especially over Tyler Scott. That's surprising.
That's a bit surprising. I would have thought Tyler Scott would have gone ahead of him. Yeah.
Damn, man. Trey Tucker, my guy. That's all right. Get Tyler Scott tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot that can happen, but as soon as this picks up, we're gonna pack up. We got a long way back home. We're not home, we're to the Airbnb. I don't know, I shouldn't say home, but just wanted to hop on here, talk about the picks with you guys before we get packed up here, and we're gonna go home and get more work. I should have the Julius Brent's article is submitted, so be on the lookout for that. If you guys are in here watching, we will have that out soon, and gonna start getting to work on Josh Downs. So
there you go. Can't wait to read it, man.
Safe travels.
Yep, pumping them out back to back, pumping them out.
All right.
fellas. I'll see y'all later.
See you, man. Let's double dip and take Tyler Scott. I'm with it. Continue to put talent in the room. Continue.
Do you know who'd be a really interesting developmental outside wide receiver?
What's up?
Andre Iosivas from Princeton. I really like his physical profile. He surprised me with his route running chops in the Senior Bowl. Like, he showed a lot more than I thought. So I'd be.
You pronounced his name much better than I would.
Yeah, Andre Iosivas, the Hawaiian.
Yeah.
Those Hawaiian names, they can be a little tricky at times.
Yeah, they can. Hawaiian, Samoan, they can be a little tricky.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna attempt to say like Tua's whole first name. That's
tough. So Trey Tucker, congratulations to him. He's going to the Raiders. Congratulations to him. The 49ers and the Vikings.
Both got cornerback needs. Could Keely Ringo's slide stop? Or could they go with a different corner, like a Rush, a Trice, a Clark Phillips?
I really love Clark Phillips, man.
Yeah, I like him too. I'm surprised he's been falling this much.
Again, I get it. Yes, you got Julius Brents, but you should just not be content with just Julius Brents. You got 8 picks tomorrow. So something has got to give.
For sure.
Waiting for these last 2 picks. The Trey Tucker pick is now official. Waiting for these last 2 picks so we can go ahead and get up out of here.
But all right, Michael, how would you grade the day 2 draft for the Colts, assuming we don't trade up right now and there's nothing coming up for us?
I give it an A. You got a stud at corner. He's going to be a guy who has length. He can match up with some tall receivers, and they're getting taller by the draft. So you're going to get that in Julius Brents. Could be a day 1 starter for you. And then you got Josh Downs, who really, he'll probably be wide receiver 4 behind Isaiah McKenzie. McKenzie will be here for a year, solid vet to have in the room. But Josh Downs, man, the guy gets open downfield and he catches everything. I will take that guy every day. It's an A. You get a young wide receiver to pair with a young quarterback, get a nice little chemistry going there, and you keep on adding to the room, get better at skill positions. That's what I've wanted for the last 5 years. Get better at the skill positions, and you're seeing it. So I give it an A. Where are you going?
I'd go, if I'm going to break it down by each pick, I'm going to give a B+ to the Julius Brents pick because I love the guy. I love the scheme fit. Local guy coming back. We got to love that. But at the same time, I did have some other corners that I had higher on my board who I thought were also pretty good fits as well that I would have taken over Brents. But at the same time, I can't hate it too much. So it's a solid B+ grade for me on that pick. But then Josh Downs is an A+ because I had no idea he'd be here at 79. And that shocks me. My top wide receiver for day 2 heading into the day is still there mid 3. I love it. And then on top of that, we got these 2 guys while we had already traded back twice in the second round to get more picks early on in day 3. I'm going to give the entire day an A-. The minus only being because I had some other guys ahead of Julius Brents at corner when we did get Brents. But I can't fault them too much for that. So, hey, just a small minus.
Yeah.
That's a damn good grade right there.
Yeah. Oh, the 49ers went Cameron Latu.
Cameron Latu. Interesting.
That's a nice little one right there. That's a nice little receiving tight end there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
With George Kittle battling some injuries here and there every year, not a bad pick. I actually like it.
Good to invest long. Just in case something happens. Because, hey, if those injuries keep on racking up, you can see guys start to really fall down. Like that's what happened with Gronk.
Yeah. I think we can go ahead and get out of here, man. Chris Ballard is now doing a media availability. So Yeah, I think we're done. I think we're going to go ahead and call it. Thank you guys to everybody who has supported us, been watching, whether if it's been on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook. We thank you guys so much. Thank you for reacting to this. Thank you for everybody in the comments engaging and asking questions. And we like the passion, man, especially about the offensive line. We love the passion. We like it all. We appreciate it all. And we're going to go ahead and go to bed, really. So
let's get some sleep.
Yeah. I'll be back tomorrow. Luke, you want to be back tomorrow?
I'm down to be back tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna be busy because the Vikings take Mekhi Blackman, corner from USC. Still no Ringo or Phillips. Wow. Okay, so man, Ringo just sounds like a Matt Eberflus pick in the 4th. So the Colts will have 2 early picks in the 1st round. They're gonna have 2 inside the top 9 picks in the draft. And the 4th, day 3 moves pretty fast. So, yeah, we're going to be able to get some picks there. And we'll be back tomorrow, guys. So, thank you again. We love you. We love you guys supporting the Blue Stable. We appreciate everything you guys do. And we will be back tomorrow with day 3 and probably honing in more on our first 3 selections of the draft. So, we will see you soon, guys. Thank you. Have a good night.